How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with two of your three favorite show hosts, are still.
And Volacel and Fern has had to bow out at the last minute again due to being unable to extricate himself from Drunken Cowboy Hell. I guess he sort of warned us about it last week that this might happen, but I was hoping that it won't. But judging by how little contact he's maintained over the course of the week, I guess he's been pretty flat out.
Indeed. And I can see the quality issue on stream myself. I am going to attempt to fix it.
What have you done?
So I will up the video bitrate a bit, and we will hope that does something for us. Because it is recording in good quality. I have no idea why it is wigging out and making the quality so poor. And I'm actually tabbed into the game. If I tab out, okay. But let's try this. 1 second. There was an update to OBS that I foolishly applied. Let's flip visual here. That does anything for us. Stream to catch up. Fix it for us. It appears that fixed it. I am tabbed out of the game, so gotta tab back in. Oh, nope. Cleared up my UI. Didn't clear up our camera here. So I will have to take a look at this and get a full and proper fix once we things are done. But at least you can see what we're doing now. That is significantly better. I've upped the video bitrate in real time. Hopefully that doesn't break everything. And I could probably afford to take it a bit higher. But doesn't cause me to lag. And we'll keep the video bitrate at a workable level. All right, that appears to have maybe done something. I bumped an extra. Yeah, there we go. Stuck another 2,000 kilobytes per second on the upstream bitrate, and that seems to have got it. Okay, so we're actually good to go. So continue shtick.
If you would like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to be continuing our shared fate grind, and I guess Vol needs a borrow up, or can you fly in the sun?
I can fly in this zone.
So yeah. Let's see here. I do not have anything that is not binary 100 or 90 anymore because my thing in the middle levels that I leveled last week, the Astro, had got a pretty good kick in the pants in EXP, and I did some roulettes with it, and now it is level 100. So we would be in Zone 4, but I just I don't have anything in that level bracket right now. So
I don't level in a very focused fashion. I always level quite piecemeal.
yeah.
Mainly because of my inventory management woes. I'm just
So
not good at inventory management, man.
it is something that bugs me no matter the video game. So yeah. We don't have a fern here, so that means I guess we get started with weeks with you, Vol.
So my week was incredibly crap and unpleasant because it was absolutely nuts at work. Right now we are currently buried in a huge amount of work that's not like a lot of the work that we get is sort of like regular routine stuff. Like there'll be some mandated testing of some kind that will be required like weekly or whatever for a given product or a given industry or what have you. But what we currently have now is just sort of like a mass of work that has been brought in on a special project, but it's sort of like several days worth of our entire production that we would do, all coming in from one customer all at once. Well, not quite all at once, but in a few big chunks. And so we have to sort of just grind our way through that. It seems like there's a bunch of kerfuffle going on in the dairy industry right now. There's a big dairy company in New Zealand that was deeply in debt, and there's a certain amount of conflict between one of their major stakeholders, which holds a 19% stake in them, and themselves. And this particular 19% stakeholder is also the biggest customer for this particular company, supplying product to be canned as milk powder. And but it seems like they just don't like each other very much. I'm not quite sure why their relationship is so sour, but there's a certain amount of conflict, and that's what's speculated to be driving all of this. And they needed the shareholders needed to grant them permission to take a $130 million loan from their primary stakeholder in order to pay down their debts and so on. And it's just basically been a big old mess. And it's suspected that this big block of work has grown out of that, and word is that they're doing some kind of interlab comparison between us and some other labs and their internal lab and so on. But it's basically meant that my week has been a matter of, go to work, come home, eat, sleep, get up, go back to work, and I really haven't done anything else. It's just been that pattern all week. Haven't had time for anything else. I'm going to attempt to take a day off so that I can recuperate from it, because we also had a bunch of people call in sick. The end result of which was that I had to do a lot of the bench work and chronically neglect my managerial responsibilities as a result. But yeah, while I'm not terribly sanguine about that, it's just the way it is, unfortunately. But it does mean that my attempt to manage both things in parallel has sort of exhausted my mental faculties. One thing that a lot of people don't seem to realize about routine classical microbiology is that it does put quite a bit of mental strain on you. It's not unusual, particularly for people who do a lot of microscopy. I don't do a lot of microscopy. I do stuff that's more macro scale for the most part. But people who do a lot of microscopy might be familiar with it. There is a tendency to hallucinate if you do too much.
Oh,
I'm not quite sure what causes it to happen, but staring through lenses all the time at tiny objects you tend to start to see them with your waking eyes, so to speak.
that's not good.
But yeah, I'm not quite at that level yet, but I can sort of feel it creeping up on me. So yeah, it's been a week all right, but I'm surviving. I'm surviving. It's I don't really think that I did much to speak of. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, most of the games that I'm playing, apart from Final Fantasy being new, are sort of in maintenance week, as it were. Like Blue Archive is between events. It's just doing joint firing drill week, which I don't like very much and don't really care very much about, because going autistically to attempt to do joint firing drill is just a waste of everybody's time. Nobody wants to do that. But what else? Genshin, it's also between major content deployments, and I've sort of taken a half step back from it to allow myself time to play Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, I still poke my head in so that I can get more Primogems, because more Primogems good. But yeah, not really much going on there. I did do something. What was it? I think I haven't done anything except for like the mini game events that they've had lately. I haven't touched Imaginarium Theatre yet. There's a whole pile of Prima Gems up for grabs in there, but I just haven't really given it much thought because it's a properly end game type of thing, and requires you to have a much more diverse roster than I really do from all accounts. I'm sure I could clear the low levels and pick up the low hanging fruit Prima Gems, but that would be about it, and I haven't invested my time in it. My main Hoyo game is Star Rail, and so Star Rail I have invested myself a little bit more in. Last week I managed to completely clear 12-star my first round of Pure Fiction. Don't know if I'll be able to replicate that since my teams are not evenly built up, but I'm quite glad that I managed to get through that. There is a combat event running at the moment that I've had some mixed results in, but we'll see. I have only dabbled in it so far. The sort of the minimum participation required to get the rewards is not too far out of reach for me, so I'll probably do that at least to a modicum level. Of course, everybody's mainly invested in getting the waiting for the next patch of story to come out because basically there's not a lot known. It is the type of game where if you really want to, pretty much all of the available information can be all of the information that you could ever want can be obtained via leaks, but I never really understood the mentality of experiencing content that way. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not sure why anybody does that. It seems like you're just ruining the experience, but I don't know. The ecosystem of like fandom and content creation surrounding Hoyo games is so bizarre and toxic that I just don't really want to know any more about it. I can't really process the way they think. I'm not really interested in being able to either. So yeah, that is what it is. I haven't done really any much more than that. I'm working on completing my break team and polishing my Acheron team. I got a few really good relics over the past week because I've got my teams to the point where I can just go into a farming stage and click auto, and it will be able to kill it without me losing any health over the long term. So I don't need to attend to it so much anymore like I do with Genshin, because I've got teams that are calibrated to be able to take care of themselves now, which is good in its own way. I always sort of question my life decisions when I find that I'm playing a game that can do that, and I question my life decisions even more when it turns out that the AI who just blindly does whatever gets better results than I do. But yeah, that too is what it is. um, yeah. Final Fantasy, I have not made a huge amount of progress. We'll probably discuss it more in depth at some other point. I'm not quite sure exactly when you were planning on talking about Final Fantasy RE, but yeah, I think I've made it through the story to the point that people consider like a major break point in the narrative of sorts.
Yeah,
But
you're at the beat part between part one and part. Finally got some time to breathe. Not deal with Wuklamat.
yeah, so Wiblamat has taken her leave. Thank the heavens, because I'm so tired of that woman. It's just how did Dark Knights heal themselves? I don't even know. Is there a way to heal myself?
Third hit of your main combo, and you're in.
Yeah, that sucks because I'm gonna die.
DKs
'Cause I
are
haven't been
DK.
paying attention to what's going on. So,
Yeah,
so I just looked at my health bar and like it's awfully low.
yeah. You say that it's warriors that have the hardest time keeping that, but it's actually DKs to me. A warrior I know will eventually burst their health back up. With a DK, uh, outside of their fix it button, they they scare
I
me the
think
most whenever I'm healing.
I don't really count DKs as tanks. Like, I count them as sort of like an incomplete class. Like there's something like seriously flawed about the way the DK is put together. Like it just totally lacks any sense of what it wants to be.
Yeah,
And I think that that's probably the product of having like the detritus of like 3 different revisions of core class mechanics just sort of hanging around.
and then mashed into the generic tank mold that
Yeah.
they've
Like they've just forced DK tools to fit the warrior mode, basically.
we stick to just go hang out with this batch of mold. Yeah, we'll cover. Uh, we can do it now since you don't have a week and we don't have. I'll save the Elden Ring afterwards, and I can do my stuff with Final Fantasy now. As your week. Oh, good.
Yep. I'm gonna die.
Hard as I can. Go. God, this is a much harder when we don't have a healer with us to keep us alive.
Yeah. I might have picked the wrong class.
It's going to be just as bad with no tank. Maybe I should bust out the white mage or something. Get your
You're
invuln.
not reaping hard enough. No. I already used it.
Oh, that's not good. Great. I'm back as a healer and res you. I'll whip out the white mage. I got extra bugs. Of course, it's a bug that charges that aggroed me. Hang on, I'm falls over. Get you.
Yeah, somebody got me.
Let's. Actually, we'll place that.
I've never played DK in any kind of content. Like it got leveled entirely through Beast Tribe quests, so I don't even know how the class operates. But part of the reason why is that I just can't make sense of it. I don't want to play it because it doesn't fit together. All the parts aren't there to make up a single cohesive class. Like it just doesn't have a strategy for tanking. The only thing that you've got that makes you a tank is modest durability. Like what tools does does a Dark Knight actually have relative to other tanks? Like
Uh,
paladins have heaps of healing and hard invuln. Warriors have self regen. Whatchamacallit, Gunbreakers basically a little bit of everything. Dark Knights just don't have anything. Like they don't have tools. They've got a bunch of stuff that does stuff, but none of that is decisive enough to make them really a tank. Which is why I don't think of them as tanks, because with the other tanks, I can sort of tell you what they do. I can tell you about their abilities, and
and the crap that we've got.
in the case of Dark Knights, it's sort of yeah, they've got a bunch of abilities that are associated with tanking and resilience and so on, but what good really is it? Like there's not they've got lots of abilities that have been forced into a particular mold, and
Yeah.
most of their abilities appear to be DPS skills, and that's it.
What's
They're just
funny?
DPS abilities.
What's funny to me is when I look at Warrior, it's the only one of the tanks when I feels like it has a bit more wiggle room within the team.
No, I'm just in combat. So
Walk out of the fate zone. The one like the other one gave up.
I want to see how far he can get. There we
That's
go.
that.
That's his limit.
But yeah, it's funny going through with all the tanks again because I'm getting to experience Gunbreaker and Paladin again as they've shot Paladin or not Paladin Gunbreaker pretty weird where in their efforts to reduce button bloat for that one because it did get some button consolidation. It just feels like Paladin but with worse defensives. Instead of having all your stuff there when you just turn it on for your spellcasting phase like Paladin does, it instead what's a good way to put it? They have to build up their little cartridges, but it just doesn't really matter that much.
Silver. The thing is that the tools are the tools for a gunbreaker are there for dealing with spikes and dealing with long-term sustain. They've got that self-sufficiency thing that appears to be what they were driving all of the tanks in the direction of. And warriors are famous for their self-healing. They got that direction was decided for warriors very early on, and the problem with it now is merely that it's a little bit out of control because they've been building on it as opposed to just giving it to them as a token thing. Their self-heal used to be more sort of at the level of the self-heal that you would find in a gunbreaker before it started to just become incredible restore yourself to full health all the time
Yeah,
type of
every 15 seconds you heal yourself to full.
Yeah, that was not what it used to be like. What it used to be like was more sort of the pace of healing that you see on a gunbreaker. But what does the and the paladin has the paladin was characterized by, well, they don't heal naturally, but they can just hard heal themselves.
Yeah,
Like back in A Realm Reborn, you literally just had cure, and in downtime you would cure yourself. That was a done thing. Like you were a classic vision of a paladin that you might find in old D&D, where you were a tank who had some healing spells. But in the case of Dark Knight, it seems like they just don't really know what to do. Like they've got the ability to deal with spikes, but they don't have any ability to sustain, as far as I can see. I mean, like I said, I don't play them because I don't understand how the class works. But your tanking your short cooldown just gives you EHP temporarily. That's all. It doesn't give you any health. It doesn't. There's not really anything being gained by using it. You just get a temporary respite, which, unlike conventional resilience, does not scale all the way up. It's just sort of like a flat number ultimately.
yeah, and while
And
that
then
good,
and the only really real way you can heal is with your panic button or with your 1 minute DPS burst thing that heals you.
yeah,
Like that's it. That's your whole sustain, because the cure you get from Soul Eater is kind of sad. Going through your 1 2 3 combo is slow. Like, no, warriors used to be okay relying on their 1 2 3 combo for a good amount of their healing, but that was when it was characteristic to them as the thing that they did when the only other tank was Paladin, and they were considered a DPS class by most people back then. So I think what all of this really boils down to in the end is their totally confused take on class identity.
mm-hmm.
Like the Dark Knight doesn't work because the Dark Knight cannot be homogenized.
Yeah. I was having this discussion earlier with Ibu about self healing. People could mention warrior tanking a lot and how it's one of the big culprits for self healing. And yeah, warrior tanks are the most noticeable, certainly the most visible when that. But all of the
I
tanks Sans Dark Knight have a self healing problem right now, where it's just
I think
gone so out of control.
I think that the problem is more like warriors are sort of like an end case symptom of not knowing where you are going with class identity and having sort of like residual ideas kicking about that you've got to sort of do maintenance on. Like, because there's a residual idea about warrior self-healing, they have to do maintenance on self-healing. And the only maintenance available is to give them more. And since they've given everybody self-healing, in order to maintain that identity, what is necessary? Well, everybody has to have it then, I guess. If everybody has it, then you've got to magnify it on the class for whom it is characteristic to an obscene level. And you can't go back from that, not without erasing class identity even further. And then if you back down from it, what happens? Oh, well, Gunbreaker becomes the new self-healing job because everybody's got it. So somebody's going to be the top dog, right? If you're using that as identity, somebody is going to be the best self-healer. If anybody has self-healing, somebody will be the best, unless all the classes are identical. And if they don't want to go all the way down to identical, well, at the moment, the best self-healer is Warrior. If they nerf it, then it will probably be Gunbreaker or Paladin. If they nerf one of those, then it will be Gunbreaker or Paladin. Like and when you take things away from people, they just get annoyed. So what they need is to not make adjustments anymore to this model. What they need is to abandon this model.
So it's become a real issue where I think a bunch of their healer woes are stemming from the fact that tanks just don't. Like, aside from the Dark Knight might need a regen or something, tanks just don't need healing because they. Even the
Well,
Paladin, its basic
this
spellcasting
is
combo will full heal it by 3 times its max HP, 3 times over in its spellcasting phase. Healing is just too. The numbers are way too high.
well, this is fundamentally ghost crawlerism, right? Though it's like bring the player, not the class. Okay, so if we bring the player, not the class, then everybody has to work in every context in the exact same way. So if you've got a tank, like back in the day, there were two tanks, right? Warrior and Paladin. And Paladin tanked by being outrageously resilient, and the Warrior gained back in resilience what they lost from not having a shield, because that was the distinction, right? Back like in old school WoW. If you have a shield, a certain amount of incoming damage gets blocked. And so you take less damage. And in exchange for having a two-handed weapon instead of a shield, warriors would generate a trickle of health as they fought that offset that. The idea being to give them roughly the same resilience overall. Now, this fell out of whack pretty often because scenarios where you had to tank a lot of things doing physical damage, the paladin was flatly superior, and situations where the enemy just did magic damage, well, the warrior was flatly superior. But laying all that aside, it sort of like people had at least had a rough idea about what did what and what was for what and so on. It was not very confusing at all. But now there's no identity. In order for everybody to, be the player and not the class, as World of Warcraft would have had it, you've got a situation where class identity has to be built on top of everybody being able to do everything as the baseline. And you're not going to be able to control the power creep in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Healing is not out of hand because self-healing doesn't work as a tanking archetype. Healing is out of hand because everybody was fully capable of healing, of sustaining in a tanking situation at like the Dark Knight level before slapping the healing on top of that. That's why the self-healing sticks out, is because the Dark Knight is able to tank. Definitely able to tank.
Casters are.
But where are you? I just see a massive shiny lights. The healing was sort of like plastered on top of everything else. Like everybody already was at the level of tanking, and then they got given healing as well. That's why healers feel redundant. It's because they didn't aim towards a target of tanking is able to do the tanking job. They started at a baseline of tanking is able to do the tanking job and then gave them more tools. And what's that going to do? It's going to encroach into another job's territory. If they gave heaps and heaps of really powerful DPS abilities and DPS mechanics to tanks, well, you would end up with people bringing tanks instead of DPS, wouldn't you? Because the damage would be up there, and you are going to have the extra cushion of not randomly losing them to silly things. They wouldn't be doing their Dragoon impression. But that's not the scenario. They haven't given tanks DPS equivalent DPS, but what they did give them was healer equivalent healing. So you're encroaching in a different job's territory, a different role's territory. But they don't seem to see any issue with that, and that's the mystifying thing. Like, there doesn't actually appear to be any kind of like, this is the end state goal for this type of design logic.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a destination. There's not somewhere they're trying to get to with the design. They're just trying to make it bigger and more bloated.
Yeah,
And I can't see how that can work long term. And I don't think that they know how it can work long term either. They've just gotten it so bad now that I think that they understand that it has to be the project of a whole expansion to fix something on this sort of level of distortion.
yeah, they clearly at this point, I think, based on what they said in the later live letters as Dawntrail was in us, they know there is a problem. I'm not sure they've identified it or correctly identified, and we won't really know until whatever the next expansion is. But it's an issue right now. They need to go back to the drawing board with what they got because it's not working. They have too many classes that and they need to just. I think the biggest thing they need to abandon is this the ghost crawler idea. Bring the player, not the class, because it just doesn't matter in this game. World of Warcraft.
Well, it didn't work in World of Warcraft either. Like, it
No,
was a
but
total catastrophe.
I can understand that logic in World of Warcraft because it takes a long time for people, especially in early WoW, and it took a long ass time to level up all the classes. I've still got dots.
Yeah, so. But yeah, well, I can understand it in World of Warcraft simply because the things that classes could do were, to Blizzard's credit, much more adventurous, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember the days where not having a soul stone in your party was just like considered suicide.
Yeah, if you were lacking anything in the party roster for whatever area you're playing up until like Cataclysm, it was a detriment that you seriously felt. But yeah, it's in this game you can level every job on the same class, and the effort that it takes to level one to max after your first one, nothing. It just takes a little bit of daily time. The bonus EXP from roulettes is insane. There's no reason to not just be okay with some classes playing suboptimally. They need to just. I know it's their favorite meme in EN, or it was for a while recently. Uh, that you could bring whatever job you wanted to any raid and it'd be fine. But once you cross a threshold in just the raw number of jobs in the game, that's, in fact, even well before then, I think that's just not healthy game design. Because it just means the only way you're getting around this is for literally every single player to be exactly the same. You can't allow for diversity.
Yeah, I'm what I'm actually concerned about on that count is I'm afraid that there may eventuate some situation where, I don't know, like, their pride does not permit them to back down on adding 2 new classes every expansion, or their pride does not allow them to admit that there might be an upper limit to the number of classes they can reasonably service.
Yeah, and this
I,
this
I don't know if that's really a risk, but it's the sort of thing which, I can conceive of that being a concern in practical terms.
yeah, I can see it. more than pride, I could see them having complacency as a problem and being like, "Oh, well, the players expect us to have 2 new classes every expansion," but they've already
Well,
passed the point of sustainability on that.
that's also an aspect of pride, right? Is that you're not willing to take the potential damage to your reputation of uh of having to explain to players that there are limits to your ability to service these things. Because I mean, players are going to infinitely demand more stuff. That's sort of the way a customer tends to operate. But yeah, it's very it's very difficult to do, but you do have to explain at some point that there are limits to the number of things that can exist within a system and be, you know, treated as equal. Right? There's always while not everything is zero sum, everything will eventually sum to zero. Like there's only going to be a certain amount of like finite resources that can be invested in any given project. And what's more, I think that it's not just like Squeenix who will be reaching their limit. I think that it is also that there's going to eventually even good players are going to hit a hard limit on how many classes they can simultaneously understand how to work.
Yeah. I put a great many hours on many of the classes in this, and I could probably, if you put a gun to my head, do ultimate rating on maybe 2 of them.
Yeah, I could maybe do one. I don't think I could do anything else but warrior, and that's only because warrior is simple enough that I could focus on learning other things. Other classes, like, I can play them passably. Like, I mean, I was able to get down to the very bottom of Eureka Orthos on Dancer with you, so I can operate that class. I don't know if I can maintain the sort of discipline required for DPS checks though.
Yeah, because DP raw damage isn't the problem in Eureka Orthos. It's Ari, do you remember what this guy does? We're about to find out. Oh, it's the crocodile. Crocodile that now telegraphs Ripper Claw. You know, just in case you're the one guy on the planet that doesn't know what Ripper Claw does yet. But yeah, the game just got shoes with this class design. They're gonna have to acknowledge them eventually.
Yeah, I feel like there's also like this is impacting the development of classes generally. Like I have felt zero impact on my gameplay from leveling up so far. Zero, zilch, nothing has happened.
Yeah, like
No
on
changes have been made and no improvements have been made. I occasionally have to hit an extra button. But
yeah.
there's been no development conceptually of any of the classes that I've tried out as they've leveled up.
Look at that big chunky shield from your Blackest Knight and my shield. but yeah, it's a problem. But when I level up a class, the only class this expansion that of the ones I've tried that I felt a significant change to was Paladin, and it has nothing to do with any of the post level 90 stuff. Like they just are red mage in us. They're just making the combo longer. But what they did
Yeah.
retroactively with Paladin was you remember how Paladins have atonement at level 74 or whatever, the 3 bonks get after a Royal Authority combo?
Yeah.
They've made it so it's not just bonk, 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 bonk anymore. Now it's 3 successive abilities, each with 20 more potency than the last. And so,
That doesn't do anything with gameplay.
no,
That's
but
not gameplay.
because the only optimization you can do on Paladin is focus around your fight or flight window and where to put it to cram the most out of it because they've simplified the class so much. Now we have a very static part of you want to get the Royal Liquid Authority combo done, do 1 atonement, and then you can do the fight or flight window if you can land all the GCDs at the end of it in the time frame allotted. And so it's just taken any of the freeform decision making out of Paladin and jumbled it with this weird optimized point in the combo when you're supposed to do it.
Like Fight or flight spreadsheeting has been a meme for like the last 3 expansions.
But they've literally boiled Paladin down to a point where that's all we have.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't really care that much about optimization, provided that there is more to the class than just pressing the buttons in the order that they light up. Like, people meme on Warrior for being simple, but I don't really care if Warrior is simple. That doesn't bother me at all. At the I what I have a problem with is every class being exactly the same and that simple. Like, there's not no headroom for any kind of thought there. The only way you can service a large number of classes is if the overlaps are so strong that it doesn't matter that they're separate classes, and I don't really want them to think of that as a solution. But yeah, the paladin had a very very clear identity, both for better and for worse at different times in history, depending on the context, the expansion. Like, Paladin was considered absolute dog shit in Heavensward a lot of the time because they were so robust, but everything was calibrated to be able to be tanked by Warrior as well, which was less robust, and Warrior did more damage. So, but the Paladin was in a bad way, but everybody knew what Paladin was about. People who weren't insane would still let them in groups, and you could expect certain things from a Paladin. You could expect off healing was a thing that could happen. You would expect, where's that fallen maiden?
Oh, did one pop up? I didn't even know. Oh, she's way over here.
That's,
I'll get her. Way over there.
I've been in so many groups where people just ignore them.
I didn't even notice because we're talking. Bubblegum, not my forte. I'm dosing.
Nobody freaking helps with the Forlorn Maidens. It's so annoying.
They're probably like me and just don't notice them because they get tunnel focused on. I miss them all the time just because I'm not paying attention because fates are kind of a brainless activity, you know?
Well, I've seen people ignore Forlorns though when they're in the middle of the group. Have you seen them? They're gigantic. You can't
Oh,
miss them.
you mean the giant, the one they added in Endwalker, the big fat one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Usually I'll see those because they're so big, but if they're like that one where the only notification is text chat and that thing spawned way off in Narnia, that fate, you know, I won't notice them.
But yeah, I feel like this expansion has been generally on a class development front. It has generally been, if not backward progress, these type of stagnancy that everybody recognizes as backward progress.
Yeah, I don't. I think they have made a whole bunch of bad class decisions, and it's finally coming home to nest. But they just that there's nothing really they can do besides go back to the drawing board and rebuild it. This stuff needed to be addressed first. I think I don't really care about their encounter design, although they have done that. If their later dungeons are to be believed, less so. Well, even the other bonus level 100 dungeon is good with its unique mechanics and people whining about the first boss because of how one of his mechanics requires you to be attentive at all times to a part of the arena you don't know look at. But the other dungeon, which I'll talk about more once you finally get to, just it's designed for all the bosses visually. Is some of the most fun things I've seen in this game for dungeon bosses. The theming for the place is cool. The final boss's theme is cool, and the mechanics are all really fun and unique for what they've got going on with a unique gimmick that every boss has that doesn't feel like it overstays its welcome. Like it'll be fun to do. You know, if I could ever get it in roulettes.
But
So,
how much more would it? How much more fun would it be if the basic class systems were good as well?
oh yeah, if they still even saying all that, the it's still a much bigger issue I would have rather had and thrown that dungeon in the trash can and just given us a stock, you know, boring. Oh, like you mean like that one?
Yes.
Oh man, they have a lot of HP.
Yes. Maybe that's why people ignore them. This is, oh, it's too much work.
I'm dosing nonstop in this thing. Pickled.
I've never managed to kill one before because people just ignore it.
I think our Pictomancer for targeting. No, Pictomancer.
See, this is the problem. Maybe these things don't give you a bonus. Maybe that's why people don't kill them. I don't know. I've never seen one die before. That Pictomancer is going to solo the boss down before we kill this thing.
Well, we have tank and healer DPS and their Pictomancer, which are currently doing something crazy like 15% more damage. That's closest to them. I think at top end it's like a 10% difference, but given their current, like we were talking about, their current class design, Pictomancer is a gazillion years ahead of everybody else. I'm trying. It's 28 to 59. This thing, I don't remember what percentage this thing spawned at. Just gonna keep on dosing.
I'm scared to use any things that have splash damage.
I accidentally AoE dotted the tiger once, so I had to switch to moves that don't do that.
Because I can't use Shadowbringer. I can't use Salted Earth.
I can't use Numa. I can't use Toxicon. Just sitting here trying to kill.
Can't he just take the hint and help us kill this thing, and then we can move on with our lives?
Oh no! Now the dancer's here. The dancer, even if it is going to help us, is still doing AoE damage. Okay, the dancer's helping us kill the thing. Went and targeted them.
Yeah, but we're still not killing it fast enough.
Come on, little dancer. I know your crap is AoE, but please help us kill the Floral Arn. Oh, we're tied now. We're pulling ahead. I'm out of mana.
They've taken the hint.
Hey, we got it. Okay.
Right, now the question is this Twist of Fate bigger than the other kind of Twist of Fate?
It has a different icon. The arrow in this icon is definitely bigger. Oh, and there's a bonus arrow up fate down there. Let's see how much we get from it.
We can get there in time.
Hasn't started yet.
I've seen these things evaporate in seconds.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that the zone scaling we've experienced so far on everything holds true, and we'll be able.
Yeah, so I intended to talk more general things about the expansion, but everything keeps coming back down to class design for me. It's like the class is so core to what makes an MMO an MMO, and they've basically neglected it entirely. It might as well not exist, and that's really puzzling. This does not make sense. Like I ranted last week about Dragoon because Dragoon basically has no mechanics now. I ranted at length about the Scholar because the Scholar I feel is in a similar position to the Dark Knight, where they've got the tools required to do their job, but they don't have anything. They don't have anything characteristic that originally made the class the class.
Yeah.
That allowed them to do a thing that was special to them that was useful. We got to fall on.
Grabbing it. No. Oh, we got some people here that are there.
I know what they're for.
That group's on the ball with it. Almost 2 million EXP and 84 bicolored gemstones.
A lot of gemstones. How much room do I have for gemstones? Shared fate. Oh, I'm capped. I got 61 out of that.
Let's go to OK Hanu, and I can actually tell you how much the stuff costs now because I can make Yoshi cry again. This expansion, I was, throughout Endwalker, I was always hesitant to make Yoshi P cry with the dreaded P word. But, Swamp Monk thighs are not worth anything. Don't get those. Hammerhead crocodile skins, poison frog secretion, around both of those appear to be around 1,000. Uh, lesser Apollyon shells are inflated on our server. But poison frog secretions and hammerhead skins appear to be around 900.
I'll get the skins because skins never go out of fashion. People level leatherworking, and that's never going to stop happening. So even if they don't go now, they will go eventually.
Yeah.
Couple stacks.
So yeah, and yeah, I agree. Class design has become far too homogenous. I because it's going to take a total overhaul of everything on the class in front. I am mystified as to why they did not do this first. Speaking from a gameplay perspective, because their design of the new classes clearly shows they're aware of the. They've said they're aware of the problem and developed reviews, although they've couched it in as gentle a word as possible because they don't want to down talk their game, especially when expansions come. But this oddball decision to deprioritize this with now, I get you got your graphics update. I get that encounters need to be worked on as well. But this right here, more than the pretty graphics, more than the encounters being fun, the classes being fun are going to define the types of encounters you make, and the classes being fun are going to define day-to-day gameplay more than anything. And when the player base is starting to get to a point where, because we had all of Endwalker with nothing to do, that we now all have max level characters and can see that every class is fundamentally exactly the same. And the only reason that we can't play those other classes in Ultimates is because we don't want to learn the spreadsheeting or the muscle memory for this few specific individual buttons that'll throw us off. You've really got a problem on your hands.
Yeah, and I think that the part about it that feels most wrong-headed to me is like, well, I'm extremely sympathetic to the graphics thing. Like, I want the game to look pretty because I want more people to play it, and those two things are linked whether you like it or not. But what I am puzzled by is this mentality to me seems strange because it seems like they're actually making the job harder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you go hell for leather and make the best encounters in the world, all you're doing is ring fencing your ability to develop the classes because the context will be different.
Like, let's say they make an encounter where a tank having a dash is mandatory, for example. Well, now you pigeonholed yourself. Now the tanks will need dashes forever if that ever want that encounter to remain doable with all classes.
Yeah. So there will no now you're in a situation where, depending on how you do that dash based mechanic, tanks having different dashes indeed could result in strictly superior tanks to others that will either break the encounter by making it too easy, or ones where the dash is not good enough, breaking it so it's not possible. Like, you're complicating the situation dramatically by doing your encounter design work first. And what we know from experience is that the way that Squeenix operates in this regard is to build a library of tools in encounter design that they can pull out of their deck to create lots of encounters,
Yeah.
like the ones that you find in regular dungeons, for instance, compared to the raids. Like, those mechanics are all found in raids in various forms. They like to have a big book of mechanics so that they can combine ones they feel are thematically appropriate. But you're just going to end up making a bunch of those redundant if you build up your library of mechanics and then revamp all the classes. And the second thing I think that makes it harder is the longer you wait, the more of them that you have to do at once to try and salvage the situation.
Yeah.
I think that they could quite feasibly have started with one or two jobs per role, or started with a whole role, or whatever. Like, the safest thing would be to start with one or two classes per role, because each time you do that, you increase the diversity available to that role. Sure, there'll be people who will feel jilted, like, why didn't my class get a revamp? We all need revamps, or my class needs it more, or whatever. But that would mean that that pool of jobs has diversity in it. If you get tired of what you're doing and you go to another one, you'll be doing something radically different.
The
You've already partly solved the problem the first time you update a class within a role. But if you just leave it all to do it all at once, revamping every single class in a single expansion usually results in some kind of calamity. We've seen that in World of Warcraft.
and furthermore, like you could have addressed the elephants in the room first. DPS have it bad. There are issues with the DPS right now, but the homogeny is most expressed in tanks and healers. Doing one tank and one healer every couple of patches, major patches, would be a good way to start easing the problem so you don't get hit by an avalanche of work when you finally do get.
And it would be a massive shot in the arm to the tank and healer shortage problems, easing your queues throughout the expansion.
Yeah, especially in an expansion where you've released 2 new DPS, where our these shoes of the tank healer shortages, at its peak. We had the inkling to try. Oh, we could try double DPS once my Astro hit 100. No, that's a 20-minute queue, leveling roulette. That ain't happening. So I went and put on Gunbreaker, and right away, the few changes they have made already are bugging me. With the bits they did to reduce busyness and homogeneity, with Gunbreaker, for instance, its charge doesn't do damage now, so I can't pull throughout the dungeon with it. I can't tap something that's a little bit further away from the rest of the pack, and then walk while I'm walking over to the rest of the pack to do my normal AOE.
They're changing that in the first patch, so
Oh,
cut them some slack.
Oh, that the thing they mentioned. I don't remember what all they said.
They're going to give everybody's charge bonus threat like a tomahawk.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because it.
And the reason is actually Pictomancers.
Oh yeah, Pictomancers are a huge problem. If you see a tank right now, and good tanks will do this, especially if you've got a Pictomancer or any of the front-loaded damage dealers in the group right now, the way threat scaling is working with machinists and that have chainsaw up or Pictomancers that have pre-painted, they're just going to pull threat off you while you're moving the second pack in a pull. There's jack crap you can do about it.
Well, the problem with Pictomancers is that they can pull at the start of the fight, even if you have got perfect conditions and aren't trying to run past. They can still steal boss aggro off you just because they want to.
Yeah.
Their damage is front loaded so heavily.
Yeah, they just because they have those stupid little motifs they have to paint, and
what's more, it's optimal for them to do so in pure DPS terms.
Yeah, just healers adjust pre-shield the Picto so it can take a bop. But yeah, it is a shoe right now. I notice it at the level we're playing at because I really only have dungeons for context right now, and machinists and Pictos will pull it off me no matter what when I'm moving between trash packs, and they might pull it off me if they have all their crap up, and on the boss if I don't crit. Because what I mentioned before, Paladins having a very rigid spot, they're optimally going to have to stick that fight or flight button now that's incredibly obvious. Means there are now 4 GCDs before we can hit our DPS cooldown window buttons. So we have 4 GCDs of just muckety-mucking around before we can start really hammering on the boss. We gotta go 1, 2, 3, Atonement. Okay, now Fight or Flight, Goring Blade. Okay, now the Spellcasting combo. But in those 1, 2, 3, 4 that builds up to it, if the Pictomancer or the Machinist just goes ruffle mouth, guess where that boss is going? Not to me. It's gonna go and play with the Pictos. Picto is much worse about it than Machinist, but from what I've heard in terms of because the Pictos can actually pull it on the boss. Machinist, I don't think, can quite do that.
Not for lack of trying, mind you.
They can get close on the bosses, but I don't think I've ever seen a Machinist actually rip a boss off me. I think I might have had a Picto rip. This is
the nub of all of this, though. To get back on point, the nub of all of this is this is just them adding 2 new classes. If they're going to functionally, do a summoner on every single class the way they frankly need to at this point, or at least every single class song, maybe 3. Like, you could probably leave warrior the way it is, numbers aside, and people would just accept it as the warrior. But Okay, I'm 91, so I will switch to something else if I can get out of combat for 5 seconds. It'd be freaking great.
Pulled a bunch of crap because this is the turn in fate.
That Weevil is attacking me. I need to change to some other tank. Why am I still in combat? Oh, because you're in combat.
Yeah, because I got in combat right when you said that. I'd already started
Ah.
AoEing. You might have to do one more fate on Dark Knight before you switch.
Gay.
But yeah, it is mystifying to me that they did not prioritize this. Now is the time that we need to take a look at what we're doing, homogenize. And unfortunately, this is the first step in realization. I really think is them going, okay, it does not matter if it's not the same. Okay, if some classes can't come. This
Yeah,
only matters at the bleeding edge.
the thing is, I feel like they're trying to cut in so many different directions. Oh, can we kill that before this is over? Where is it?
Where is it? Here it is.
Everybody's looking for it. Is it stuck?
It can't. It was casting at you.
Oh, everybody teleported out because they couldn't find it.
And we will get them the EXP boost. But yeah, I'm sure we will have even more class analysis to do when once you hit max level and can do the new dungeons with me, and can take a look at just how some of these problems have gone.
Whoa. How long will I last as a paladin with artifact from last expansion?
Don't know. On single targets, your combo is 1, 2, 3, atonement, fight or flight, your OGCDs, and spam confetti.
I'll just hit whatever lights up.
Yeah. It's incredibly intuitive. They've simplified that class so much. Like, fight or flight windows have always been a meme with Paladin, as far as I can remember in this game, because it is the most optimal thing you can do to micromanage your play and learn to do better paladining. But it's so bad with the current rework because that's literally all we can do, and they've made it so rigid with the window.
I didn't play this at all during Endwalker, so I have no idea how it all fits together.
Well, they changed it halfway through Endwalker, so if you leveled it before the halfway point, you have no clue. You don't have a dot anymore.
Oh, okay.
No, Goring Blade is now just a button that Fireflight turns into, and you can push it once. Big chunky damage. You use the cooldown window it gives you to weave your 2 OGCDs. That's it. You
But
now
hold
just
on. Where does Holy Spirit come into it now?
after you use Royal Atonement, you can use Holy Spirit anytime after the Royal Atonement, and it won't interrupt your combos.
So there's no magic combo phase anymore?
No, there is. That comes with the Fight or Flight window after your Requiem, Scott. Now you spam swords.
I see.
Don't worry, they added a 5th sword to it once you get to 90. All they can do is red mage you.
I'm going to have to read some of these tooltips. I don't have a clue what's going on. My gauge is only for tanking, right?
Just for Sheltron. Sheltron and give Sheltron to co-tank. Those are the only buttons you use gauge on. Maybe cover. Cover comes on and off my bar as needed. It is not a button I keep on the bar.
Wait, what does Goring Blade actually do?
Just a chunk of damage.
Oh.
Just a stupidly high potency physical attack. you can use right away after fight or flight. There's no reason not to use it after fight or flight either. So you just do fight or flight Goring Blade and use the triggered GC from Goring Blade to weave in your 2. Run out of mana. I need more piety. But yeah. So we can hammer on class design more as we get levels. One thing, since Fern's not here and we don't have to worry about spoiling, you have completed Wuklamat's Big Adventure, Part 1.
Ugh. It's so underwhelming.
It's outright bad. I have some defenses for the second half of the story. I have nothing for the first half of the story. So full disclosure, everything up until going to Zone 4 and the start of Zone 4, even so, is spoiler territory now. So if you haven't got that far, plug your ears. Don't worry, Sarathos, we didn't miss your email. We will get to it probably right after the break. Speaking of, make sure OBS is behaving, because acting up earlier. Yes, it appears to still be behaving. So yes, Wuklamat's Big Adventure.
I don't know. It doesn't really seem like a big adventure. It seems like Fisher Price's baby's first adventure.
Yeah. For Wuklamat's cultural exchange field trip across Tyrol, solving the most incredibly stupid problems you've ever met in your life, with a few of them being so pants on head retarded that you genuinely aren't sure how the writers got themselves worked into that kind of writing hole. Looking at you, Mamolja, and your tried planting different stuff, and looking at you, Vanu
That's the
knockoffs.
Hanu.
Yeah, Vanu knockoffs. That
Yeah, everything is about crops. Like, this is definitely the peasant expansion.
it's just so okay. The I almost called the alpaca people the name that I call them on the farms. But no, the duck-billed alpaca people. Their story is boring, and the the required reading before you even go in on the first day of Econ 101. But the story in that zone, aside from Zoral just showing up with the glowy alpaca, it's just not good. There's nothing offensive about it, I guess. It's just bad, conventionally bad and boring. Mostly boring. But we get to the Vanu, or the Hanu. I don't care. They don't deserve to be called the correct thing. And I have to nickname everything in this region anyway, because goodness knows I'm not remembering the names of anything. Have you seen how some of this stuff is spelled? Other than what you makey, I can't remember any of it. The solution to their problem was, oh, we forgot about the Harvest Festival that makes the reeds RP glowy with super magical lights. I mean, the Elder remembered and just didn't tell anybody. Wukevu knew about it and just didn't tell anybody. And it appears some randos in town probably knew too and just didn't tell anybody. But, and this would have solved all our problems. But, good job figuring that out.
No, they're just an entire society of the least observant birds to ever exist.
Literal bird brains. Then we got the goblins. Now, I can forgive the goblins being stupid because they're goblins, but even for them,
being kind of stupid is sort of their thing.
Yeah, but even for them, maybe we shouldn't feed the goldsmiths that we contract hot pockets and keep them in an unair conditioned pot in the middle of the blazing sun.
But maybe they like it like that.
Well, they don't, and that's the problem. Everybody keeps leaving because their hot pockets are served to them fresh out of the microwave. Remember, the problem was the food was too hot.
Is a hot pocket sort of like a little calzone?
Yeah, it's a little calzone looking thing that you stick in the microwave as a quick snack or meal, like lunch to your meal, and you just you pop it out of the microwave and eat it. And they're notorious because the cheese will melt in them with the cheese stuffs they use, and very early in the microwave cycle, and become boiling lava hot and burn your tongue. if you microwave it for the recommended amount of time. Aiden. But gotta decide. You're on Paladin. Paladin, even in artifact gear, can survive better than Dark Knight can. Even just from having your spellcasting phase able to fully heal you. Oh, I just put myself. But out. I'm out.
The heck is even the sword I'm using? It's red. I got it from my retainer. Moonwood Longsword, okay.
Oh, it's
So
the
it's the Final Fantasy one.
yeah, it's
Final Fantasy 4 one.
it's the earliest Tombstone gear from the last expansion.
No, my shield is item level 560, level 89. Hero's shield.
Oh, I was just looking at your sword. I wasn't looking at sword is 70. But yeah. So that's the Vanu Vanu in the alpacas. Do you have anything you want to address commentary towards for those two?
I like I like the Wook Evu gag.
Yeah, it's about the only one of the running
It's
gags that kind of works.
it's literally the only thing. Like when Wook Evu is the reason I perk up slightly when he shows up. You're sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel there.
Yeah, his gag ain't particularly good, I don't think, but it actually it manages to land at least.
Well, the thing is, it's not really about it being good. It's that it manages, despite its banality, to stand out because everything else is so banal.
Mm-hmm.
It's really the whole thing is really quite appalling. It's sort of like watching somebody really stupid do the start of A Realm Reborn.
After this, has to switch. I'll switch back to Reaper after this.
Yeah, it's I don't really have much to say about it because I feel like there's not really much that justifies description.
Yeah,
It's just so mind-bendingly underwhelming. I really can't come up with a way of expressing exactly how bland it is, and I don't understand the alleged defenses people give of it because none of them really seem to be defenses of the content. They all seem to be offensives against people who don't like it.
yeah, it's desperate cope from what I've seen because I held off until I beat the main story to go look at any.
Well, I've been seeing sort of a drumbeat of it the entire time, and it's just the same old, same old. Oh, you just don't like not being the center of attention. It's like, no, no, no. I just want everything to be consistent and to make sense and for the story to be engaging.
Well,
The story is not consistent. It doesn't make sense. The story is not remotely engaging. There are no stakes to anything. Do you seriously think all of those birds would have just starved to death without intervention?
Yeah, but let's put a pin in that for a second because I hate this argument. I truly hate it. The you just want to be the center of the attention of the story. No, we've had episodes of the story where other characters have taken the spotlight, and if you want to give spotlight to another character for a bit, that's fine. The problem here is what you've done is you've written the Warrior of Light into not just a sideline role, but completely out of the story. We're not even a passive participant in this. We're here just to get the tour while Wook Lamont has her little adventure.
Yeah, like literally in pivotal moments, all you do is smirk in the background.
Yeah, your job is
Quite
to
literally.
Yeah, like you have two
Big fight
jobs.
against Bakul Jajar, set up as the sort of sub antagonist of the expansion early on. Like that's what they're implying he's going to be. And what do? You sit it out. You sit everything out.
Yeah, and they
You
just
don't participate in any way.
at least they give you Wook Lamont to control instead of having it be in a cut scene. but it's not a particularly engaging encounter. She's not. She doesn't have
Well,
the kind of.
everybody has to be able to complete it.
Yeah, well, I mean, even though you stole a bit in the main story, following her little son episode where you controlled her was had interesting bits. The bit with Thancred where you controlled him and Shadowbringers was interesting. But this was just a really boring boss fight with rope mechanics that just has the push the limit break button as much as you can button on it. It's not an interesting solo
Which they
duty.
explain. They explain in
In
explicit
in a
detail. Just
pop-up
press the limit
window,
and all the time.
in a pop-up
Not,
window before
no,
the
no,
fight.
not in a pop-up window. In two pop-up windows. They explain it twice.
Yes.
I don't know what sort of IQ level they think they're dealing with.
Probably the IQ level of the writers of the story. But yeah. So our protagonist has just been sidelined, and I don't know about you, but I have an attachment to my little cat after everything I've done with her and all the achievements I've accomplished with her as my avatar. She may not have as detailed a backstory as you've got. You know, she was a part of the old cheerleading squad, as far as I'm concerned, and bumped into you and Fern sometime along the way through shenanigans.
The problem is you are totally irrelevant to the plot.
Yeah,
Like you allegedly are giving pep talks or something. Like that's what's implied that's happening. But Wicklamart is just still as like dumb and naive at the end as she is at the start. So
could not pass an eye exam. That girl just doesn't get it. There's nothing going on between her ears. No sparks or neurons firing whatsoever at any point, and she does not seem to figure out how to turn them on or how to acquire new ones.
and it is definitely not helped by the voice actor's appalling delivery.
Yes, I did not
Like
know.
you said that it got better. I felt that it got worse over time.
Okay, I was speaking only in terms. How do I explain this? Because I cannot defend Wigglebot's voice acting at all
The
on any objective
coronation
level.
speech should have been the pinnacle of her story.
But yes,
Like, if you think about it from a narrative perspective, that should be the high point. And the voice actor just sounded like, phoning it in all bored.
yeah.
Just deeply horrible.
So
Like,
all
hound this person out of the industry bad.
this
Like, done hang level.
there's no getting around this elephant in the room. Uh, the voice actor is well, we have to couch our words unfortunately because of YouTube.
Yeah,
But
because it's got an automatic detector for certain words to
it
ban your
is
video.
is not a natural born taco haver, and I mean this in two ways. One, she is not natively whatever the or they or not natively the of the type of people that would have a dialect appropriate for this zone we're in. So the dialect is put on the time, and also that what's between their legs when they were born was not shaped like a taco. So not only do you have a put on accent, like that's not too uncommon in this game, especially they do that a lot. The most of the characters have some form of affectation or put on accent. Urianger being the pinnacle example. But you have this person who is not biologically able to do a feminine voice without modifying the way they speak dramatically so that it sounds unnatural, doing that and raising their pitch, in addition to not having a natural type of accent for this region of the world that we're aping for as a theme for this expansion setting. So you've got a shoe, rather major shoe, when it comes to her voice work, where it just all feels wrong, and it would not matter if she was the most talented. If her as a character had the most talented voice actor at all, because the actor still has to do all these extra steps that get in the way of a quality performance. I'm trying very, very hard, Follicel. Very, very hard. And the fact that we can't talk about this is a problem in and of itself. And we can't just not talk about it.
Diversity Hire does atrociously bad job. News at 11.
Yeah, it is obnoxious that we can't talk about this, not just in the context of we can't post the show to YouTube if we do, but also in the context of the community itself, where by not discouraging this kind of hiring practice and this type of behavior in the future, we have no way to actively show to Squeenix that we think this is a bad idea. Please never do it again. Because it's just the way the culture is set up right now. You can't criticize it. You can't say it's bad. And I have seen post facto so many posts that won't allow you to criticize the person providing Wuklamot's voice because of their status of chosen gender. They will immediately label any criticism of the performance as muff. I can't.
The bigotry.
Yeah, that word. Trying to avoid that word in any of the obias.
I've found that just using the word bigotry covers basically everything.
Yeah. And it's a pain in the ass, quite frankly. I never wanted to have this kind of problem with Final Fantasy 14. I've had been more critical of the game than Vol and them have been when we came back to play and while we were getting ready for Dawntrail. But I was also the first one to really jump into it when it did come out because I wanted to give
Here's
this
my
game.
heal button. What are my sources of healing for this class?
Turn on your spellcasting phase with Requiescat and spam Confetti or hit Clemency or hit that button. Hit Clemency or what else? Holy Sheltron heals you now. It has a hot built into it.
Well, that was unnecessary.
Holy Sheltron having a hot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's part of the reason I was making all the comments about paladins that I do because it has built-in hot now in addition to the DR. You have what else? You have all kinds of healing in that kit. The AOE shield that you do for the whole party has baked-in healing in addition to the shield. Heals you as well. Yeah, you got healing buttons for days. You just gotta find them.
I just don't know what they are because I don't play this class.
Yeah, you just gotta find them. I mentioned I'm not a very good Reaper on with this current button layout after the minor changes they made.
They keep knocking me down so that I can't think.
Go blow everything up.
We only have to kill one more. There we. But yeah, so it's deeply appalling, and you know I think that you're always going to get a really shite performance out of these types of people. This is pretty much an inevitability, but the main crux of my complaint is that the performance is bad, and I don't care who's doing the performing. So long, if it is this bad, I don't care if they are the most womanly woman to ever woman. The performance is still atrocious. It's just bad.
Yeah, it's awful. It's just in this case, there are some very obvious things you can point to and need to not be repeated in the future.
Yeah, and the thing that suggests to me that is actually particularly significant is that from all accounts, this is not a problem in the other languages, meaning that the ADR is actually fine.
Yeah.
Were it not for the fact that diversity.
So this is going to the site that you're not allowed to go to. They have an entire thread that's been going since A Realm Reborn came out. Several thousands of pages now. And I've been posting it with my thoughts on the story for Dawntrail. Big walls of text in a format where I can actually communicate with people properly form context and social media in general. Just hate that. But I got to get out of combat so I can turn on before I get on my mount.
Well, I think Twitter is where you go to find out what the id thinks.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, I'm talking about a specific farm that has fruit that involves countries associated with as a word preceding farm. And I am a frequent visitor, the irregular poster, and they have broken down what happened with the direction for the English voice casting for Dawntrail and for even some of the patches on afterwards in Walker, and why there was such a dip in quality as soon as it was over and why it continued to backslide. Koji Fox got kidnapped. Wow, they murdered that Fate fast. I didn't even get a chance to whack anything. Koji Fox, while Endwalker and post Endwalker was being developed, was not doing the English voice direction at all. In fact, he was not doing the script editing either. He was instead working on Final Fantasy 16 as his full time project, and so he passed this job off to someone else at his thing. Oh, there's a boss.
Back up.
Face. But he was working on Final Fantasy 16 and had new people come in and do the work for this. The new person put in charge of Final Fantasy 14 did not put the love, care, or attention into it that Koji Fox did. Instead, what she did was she hired all of her friends to come in and be the voices instead of going to either the traditional for they're using in Britain, the theater places in Britain, for getting voice actors of a similar type to what we got currently, or going to the unions and going to California, or going with American Independence. Instead, she just got her buddies.
And this they do.
And this has resulted in the quality of performance that we see in post Endwalker and Dawntrail. And Wuklamot is bad and ever present throughout the expansion. And there is no real defense I can give for her performance at any point. The groaning, it's not as bad when it gets going on, was mostly cope on my part, I think, because I was not engaged in the social connection yet and had not gotten to the end of the story yet. So I was still just telling myself that okay, it can't be this bad. Surely they didn't goof it this hard. No, they totally did. But her papa, Galul Jaja, Fern swore to me that he didn't see what I was talking about, and I think Fern is insane. Galul Jaja might be the worst voice actor I've ever heard for an English anything ever.
I guess I think that I can understand where Fern is coming from, and the reason the route to get to that is the assumption that it's deliberate. Because the main problem with his delivery is that he sounds like he's literally trying to eat a taco in the voice booth at the same time that he's speaking. He's I'm talking with my mouth full all the time.
Yeah, and at the same time,
and Fern talks with his mouth full through the microphone all the time. Maybe it's just natural to him.
Maybe he feels like there's a kindred spirit deep down. No, but yeah, I anytime I think Galul Jaja could be one of the saving points for mitigating the damage of the story for the moments he pops up, if you're playing in any language that isn't English. Because he does seem like he has a fun character arc, and even though it falls flat where they go with him, and don't really get a whole lot of his messages across at all, he at least still has a fun personality. He at least still does fun things and is a big character in this larger than life kind of way for the universe. Like he could be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like him in the abstract. I mean, he's sort of he's a lot similar to how I imagine my character to be.
Yeah, but yeah, you can have that type of character archetype and it work more than a-okay and be just fine. In fact, but the delivery just it ruins it. completely and totally. Like, I can't take anything Gulul Jaja says seriously because his voice acting is so bad. And I am the person on the planet who will defend dubbing more than anybody else because I like listening to stuff in my native tongue. I feel it adds something that you can't really. Free market friend. Does that mean I'm done with shared fates here? We do enough fates to complete shared fates with the sun. Yep.
You might have.
We might want to switch to Alpaca Land. Let me
Well,
go see what.
maybe you. I still need 3 more.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're close to me. Okay. I'm still thinking that I'm way ahead of you guys on shared fates when I'm done most of my shared fate grinding with you guys. Okay. So yeah, we can do 3 more. Because remember when we were doing him in Endwalker and in Shadowbringers a little bit, I was always so far ahead of you guys on the grind.
Yeah, because we weren't on the grind at all.
Yeah, but you've kind of just come along with me because we've done it on the show. Although I didn't process it. I'm like, oh, he is kind of caught up to me. But yeah, Gulul Jaja just can't be taken seriously with his voice acting. And
Yeah, all of this, like, the thing is that you have consistently been a defender of dubbing in English, and I have consistently listened to what you had to say and then dabbled in it, and then immediately found that all of my prejudices and prejudgment and bias was proven right every single time. Like, I have yet to come across any mythical dub which is worth spitting on. There
the
are a couple of decent ones from way back in the day, and anytime I ask you for an example, the only thing you can say is Yu Yu Hakusho or something like that.
well, it's usually because Yu Yu Hakusho is relevant to what I'm talking about. Else and stuff. I'll use that as an example. Or just generically good dubs that are good to. They're all still
Listen.
pretty.
How many years ago was Yu Yu Hakusho localized?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I brought up Blaze Blue before. I know
Like, literally, how long ago was it?
1995.
So
Or
30 years ago?
yeah, the other examples I have aren't much better. You got
30 years ago, Aristeel.
I know I'm just gonna stop by the town real quick. We wait on the next phase. But the uh, the other examples like that I brought up before, like the Blaze Blue dub, uh, I like that one. Although that one was built out of a passion project from an individual on the voice acting staff that just really
Well,
loved
you
it.
see, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? Like, the ones that stand out are the ones where people loved the project before the project started.
Yeah, or fell in love right at the start of it. Uh,
Like, the issue is all of these sort of punch clock workers who they love being known to be voice actors more than they love voice acting.
the other examples I could use are like Bakano is one that I don't bring up very much, but one I genuinely like. Let's see. The parts of the Shadowverse dub, the uncredited parts in particular, where people are just doing phenomenal given the constraints they had to work with in some parts of the main story for that game. But not only will people never experience that now because it's a card game main story, it's now on the chopping block to be discontinued for the next game. So that's unfortunate. And there are others if I was to sit here and really beat my brain against the wall for
But
good.
there's no competition in that market whatsoever.
Yeah.
There's no drive to excel. There's no love for the work. There's literally nothing to prop up quality. When you get quality English dubs, it is happenstance. Nothing but happenstance. It is not because people are trying to do good dubs. Bad dubs and good dubs exist in other languages because sometimes they do a good job and sometimes they do a bad job. In English, good jobs only happen by accident because the people that populate that industry don't care about the quality most of the time.
So I will. I'll take this back to Final Fantasy and say and bring it up this way. Oh, these are Rhino Beetos. They all have Tank Buster double autos.
Oh, fantastic. I'm dead meat.
You might want to get them cooldown buttons ready.
I don't know where they are.
But so bring it back to Final Fantasy. We've established that I will defend dubbing even if it's just me and with full knowledge the dubs are mediocre, and may have a few actors that I'll repeatedly praise and a few others that I repeatedly praise. But even a mediocre or just okay dub, I will usually defend as being at least okay and watchable as long as it's not offensively bad. Dawntrail crosses the line hard for Final Fantasy, whereas before I would use Final Fantasy Heaven's Word to A Realm of, or Endwalker main story as an example of a fairly well done dub. I don't think it's one of my favorites, but it's certainly competent and good. Oh goodness, 113, and that barely moved that needle. Thankfully, caps out around 8 for what we need for a credit, so we ours and let it.
Yeah, I basically I haven't liked any of the voice acting that has been introduced in this expansion. I think it's all quite bad.
Yeah, it's all terrible. There's no
There's no standout anywhere. There's no saving grace.
yeah, there's no
Even the other characters that are old favorites, the directing is clearly sloppier.
yeah. Have you heard Thancred and Ernie Ange talking like the 3 voice lines that they have? It's just it's obvious something went wrong. Um, it's just not good, and I can't. I will usually stretch to find a performance or two that's genuinely good, and the only one I can think of is Bukul Jaja, and his character is so simple, anybody could play him,
Yeah,
literally
well, I mean,
anybody.
I just I don't I can't think of any. Like most of the characters that were likable because you don't have to spend much time with them. Again, I bring out Wook Evu because you don't get subjected to very much of him. He is basically a one gag character. He exists to tell that one joke. And I am fine with this because it doesn't overstay its welcome the way everything else in this expansion that I've seen so far does.
Yep, it is.
And they've got some good stuff in here, man. Like the tiny glimpse that you get of the city of gold when you get to the end of the third dungeon or whatever. Like they make it really spectacular. Like, oh, we're really changing things up now. The aesthetic here is unique to compared to anything else seen so far in Final Fantasy 14. You get a real sense of a new place. You've really stepped into a new place. It's exactly the feel that they needed to go for and wanted to go for. It was a great move. And they then abandon that and you go back to the same old, same old, same old.
I
It's
even
like I was just getting excited.
Yeah. So let's use that as a good point to jump into talking about the dungeons because we just covered the not Vanu Vanu and the alpacas. So after you do those two, you get the first dungeon of the expansion, and this is the most unremarkable starting dungeon for an expansion I've ever.
I I think that they thought that they were continuing the the trend set by the train in Endwalker, but this is a strictly worse implementation of the same thing.
Yeah, it's the first expansion dungeon. So they usually, aside from Inwalker, they really kind of hold back mechanically on these usually. But this dungeon just has nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything really going thematically for it either. Like the River Safari thing is a novel initially, and then the rest of the time, oh, I'm on Hullbreaker Isle again.
Yeah, as soon as Bukul Jaja comes and wrecks your boat, they try to tie some kind of narrative thing to it that just doesn't matter at all. Like Bukul Jaja does damage to your boat, you have to pull over and look for another route around while they fix the boat. Why? Why couldn't we just wait for them to fix the boat? Because
Yeah, because they arrive at the same time we do.
literally our adventure through the little bit of bush that we ran through amounted to nothing.
The only purpose of that dungeon was to establish A, the cool Jaja acts like Snidely Whiplash, and that's about the best that he can do as a villain. And B, oh well, there's also this party with Thancred and Urianger in it, and this is them being in competition with you. But that's it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's truly something special with just how bad they flubbed that dungeon. But yeah, I it is I have good things to say about some of the dungeons, at least mechanically, and for the later, really later ones, thematically. But for these first two dungeons in particular, they're not good. So okay, so we'll get to the second dungeon when we get to it. I feel progressing the story as we talk about that because this is going to be most of this week's show because Vol doesn't have a week and we don't have a Fern. There will be a part two discussion off of Final Fantasy that I will talk about that will be a little extensive, so I do want to get to that at some point while it's still relevant. But
You mean while it's still fresh in your mind and you can remember the experience?
yeah, because it's a very intricate and intimate experience I had with a large man thrusting his swords deeply into me multiple times. So we'll get to that much later. But we have next the goblins. So in between, before you go off on your little riverboat adventure, to get to the goblins, you know you have to go upstream, and this requires going back to town to find a boat or something. I'm not actually sure they actually mentioned that part. It just kind of happens to happen that way. And you were just going back to town anyway because, well, we were at the zone split and we have to reconvene at the same place we started because some players will have picked the other one. So you're back in the capital city, and you find this random goldsmith from Charlia, I think. I don't actually remember where he's from. Don't really care either. And you help him get a job at What You Makey Makey, and this is not going to be a very long job.
It was a bit obvious in its contrivance, I felt.
Yeah. So clearly they were like, oh, well, just sending them to What You Makey Makey to solve the problem of the goblins isn't gonna quite work even for the story we've written. So we've got to set this up at least a little bit. So they instead have this incredibly shoehorned go meet the goldsmith and go take him to go work at What You Makey Makey, just crammed in the middle of the quest in the MSQ.
It does give you the opportunity to say what you makey more often.
It does. Got two weights down here. Top one's got somebody.
I need one more.
I don't think that one with the pickup is going to actually get completed. At 50%, and we don't want to go back and finish it either because we can finish like 3 fates down here in the time it'll take to finish.
I only need one.
Let's after murdering the moles, get off of the platforms. Aggro the follow up then. But yeah, so the next bit happens. You have a little heart to heart on the river, and with your fellow competitors, Sans Bukul Jaja, and well, you don't really talk to Zeralja because his love language, in fact, his only language, is angry grunting and menacing glares. I don't think he actually knows how to communicate with anything other than that.
No, I've heard him do maniacal laugh now.
Okay. Your chicken just got murdered.
You get one good old. Why they bully my chicken, man? I got to hear one maniacal laugh from him after he gives the chop to his buddy.
Oh yeah, in that scene,
outing him as a garden variety psychopath.
Yeah, so all
as
that's
opposed to anybody at all interesting.
all that interesting stuff they're building up with him potentially doing this because of shenanigans involving the Golden City or misplaced ambition. No, he's just crazy.
At least the old gods didn't do it.
They didn't.
Or did the old gods do that too?
Not directly that I'm aware of. Who knows? Finally, stockpile. Go. Pull them up. But yeah, so there was a part in there where I had hope because I had not finished the story when I mentioned this to you after you get to the river. Um, and oh, now we can't leave the zone because we'll lose the Twist of Fate buff. Can't change classes either.
So we're going to stay here and do the collection now, are we?
No, we're gonna go to the thing below it because I don't want to sit here for the collection quest. Mount. Collection quest, same I am. Oh, my Twist of Fate went away. Did we get EXP for both of them? Is that what just happened? Yes, the other one timed out right when we did it, so we lost the Twist of Fate buff. It worked out. We're safe.
Right. Alpaca Land then. Oh, all of my gear is ready to break.
Yeah, go back to okay Zanu or whatever, and buy the music scroll for 3.
Is that all that unlocks?
Yeah, that's all that it's rank for the good stuff. Usually, a little later, triple triad cards and stuff.
Dude, fella. And where's the mender? I need to repair my gear. It's all almost broken.
You'll be able to repair your artifact gear.
No, I don't. I've got a mixture of damaged gear across multiple classes, so I haven't been to a mender in months. I'll just use the regular mender. Rather than leaving a couple of things.
Correct materia, not retrieve materia. Sage weapons. But yeah, so there's a line where you're sitting at the camp with Zoralja and Thancred's group with Koana, and Zoralja mutters under his breath that the Warrior of Light could really makes that group trouble, implying that he knows he's not as strong as we are, and that he might be a big fish in this pond, but when the Warrior of Light shows up, that we still are a big deal. And this gave me a lot of false hope when he said that maybe they
does in the end is turn into a mustache twirler.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, maybe they're going somewhere with this, and our presence will actually be able to salvage a bit of, the first 20% of the expansion's already ruined with this Pokemon adventure. They can still salvage something from it. This never.
Right, let's head to Alpaca Land. That is my first completed shared fate zone ever.
Ogums.
And it's freaking bird country. The bird bayou.
Yep.
Bird Florida.
Oh, can you fly in the zone?
Yeah.
Do I need to bust the chicken out? Because the wedding chicken is easy to click on as it is 2%. Yet another reason to game the marriage system. Oh, behind it. So yeah, this never panned out, and Koana is the only one of the claimants that I feel we'll get to him more when we get. But he and later after we goblins, but he's the only one of the claimants that makes any kind of progress. But even then, because we see so little of him, it just feels herky jerky. And their introduction of him as this guy who just loves my science, my foreign science, doesn't do anything for endearing the player to him.
Maybe if you're a Redditor, it does.
Yeah, well, even for them, it won't. It'll do the opposite for them in the end.
Because in the end, he decides that actually there are things more important than my science in the world.
Yeah, my family is more important, and this is a cute character arc and appropriate for the role they put him in. It's a shame that they don't do anything with this until later, because somebody has to be off in the capital while the Warrior Light and Wuklamot continue their big adventure, because you're not rid of Wuklamot yet, fortunately. So you do get a reprieve in Zone 4, which makes Zone 4 the best zone. The and they establish him here as going through his motions of learning how to act like a person, because this is apparently very difficult for our little autist. I have Bloodbath. Press to borrow time. That's also a button. Creeping mode. Go. I've got to leave it. It's fine for single target, but for AoE, there's too much hand flipping with current control. Definitely a better way to do this. I just have not done it. But yeah. So we'll get to Koana more as he becomes more relevant in the story. But they do. This is where they tip their hand that the point of Koana is not just to be Messiahs. Thankfully, thank goodness. I would have lost my hair even more over this story if they stuck with that the whole way through. And they had to have a secondary character go through an arc alongside Wuklamot, because Wuklamot is not going to change very much. She's going to get a bit more experienced, but she's still going to be a retard. And so we'll get to him more when we get to the Mulja zone, and we'll talk a bit about him when we cover what happened. So the next, you get to the goblins, and their problem is, we're feeding hot pockets and have no air conditioning for the goldsmiths, and we need to keep them contracted to us so that they can produce stuff from the junk we find. And we need you to go find us a new goldsmith to replace the ones we got and help us not lose any more, because we don't know why they're mad at us. And so you go back to Muchu Makey Makey, find the goldsmith that you set up there, and take him back to the goblins. And he's like, yeah, sure, I'll work for the goblins. And then you explain to the goblins that you cannot feed lava hot pockets to people and expect them to be happy. The goblins are like, we never thought of that, but they're goblins, so I'm not going to harp on it too much.
Well, it's not that they never thought about it. It's that they've got this incredibly asinine, contrived cultural prohibition against asking people what they want.
Yeah, and this plays its cute way into a side quest I've only done the first quest of, and would have probably liked to do more if I cared more about this expansion and hadn't been completely burnt on the story by the end, because of Wuklamot's big adventure. Not a melee friendly fate.
I think. Well, I mean, also the thing. One of the things that bothers me about a lot of this stuff is that, well, that one particularly feels contrived, and the reason I feel like it's particularly bad is because the reason that they don't ask people what they need is tradition, but the Potsworn system has only existed for 80 years, which is not enough time for a tradition to really... It's not enough. It's too much time for this problem to never have arisen before, and it's not enough time for the tradition to be regarded as unbreakable.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't make sense from a chronological perspective. It just feels like a questing contrivance.
Yeah, I can see that. It's the only reason I don't give it more scrutiny is, and I think the writers were hoping for
Because it's
this.
stupid to begin with.
Yeah, there's that, and they're goblins.
Yeah.
Like,
well, the goofy funny race, you aren't allowed to think too hard.
And at this point, I just wanted to keep things moving along. I was starting to glaze at this point. And for this part and the next part, there are parts that I just have erased from my memory because I was so bored. So you help the goblins out and get gemstone get. We're now at 3 gemstones. And then as you're leaving to go to the googly-eyed giants, you get stopped by a dude, and he's like, "Hey, third promise. I need you to come help me with something. Everybody loves you over here, Tiger Princess. Please, please come help us. Come see what this thing is." And your group, in the most collective moment of stupidity that you, the Warrior of Light, and friends have had together in a while, are just like, "All right." You go talk to him. We'll wait here.
You're only the bodyguards of a princess. You're just gonna, you know, after you're also just one zone or two zones down the road from seeing that Bakul Jar Jar is happy to fight her and that she doesn't stand a chance against him.
So, to make it even worse, Tiger Princess doesn't have something happen to her because of any of the claimants, and well, it's instigated by a claimant. But what actually gets her kidnapped are a bunch of random bandits.
Yeah, that's her level of aptitude apparently at this point.
So our power level for Tiger Princess is
Kind of embarrassing.
yeah, like we are the warrior of light, and we are babysitting somebody that cannot take care of themselves among bandits, but is trying to say they're strong enough to lead a nation.
Housecat.jpg.
Yes, I I didn't think I could hate Wooklamont more, but and it's less to do with what Wooklamont does. While none of that's good, and she is not a good character, the bigger problem I have is because of her character and being tied to us at the hip for everything this expansion, it just highlights how much more I like my cat compared to this cat. Like, I want my cat. My
It's like
cat,
at the coronation, and she's like, "Oh, I want you to stay in Tural with me," and I'm like, "Are you freaking kidding me? Are you mad?"
like, as soon as these writers let me go, I'm leaving your ass in the dirt with Specs.
Yeah,
And
I would rather go hang out on the moon with the bunnies.
yeah, this is a sentiment. The sentiment, we're sorry, Loporits. We were too harsh on you, has come up a lot, I've noticed. So yeah, and this is a good time. Well, we'll finish up with the kidnapping because she gets kidnapped by bandits. You do another terrible stealth mission, and this one at least has indicators. And what they really just need to tell you in plain text on those things is the only thing that matters is line of sight, and that as long as you're not in the circle, you're fine. Because they added,
I just I'd come out of doing Genshin ones, which can be really picky at times
yeah,
and often for very strange reasons. So I was operating on that level of paranoia.
so regardless, whether you're overthinking it or underthinking it, and whether you're overthinking it or you realize just how simple they are, these are not good quests.
No,
They're time consuming and boring,
and
and
nobody thought they were good quests last expansion either. People were joking that that's why they called it In Walker, because you've got to spend so much time RP walking.
yeah. So they have toned down the follow me quests in this expansion. But we'll discuss talk to three people after this. That'll be a good point for it. But first, let's finish up getting the kidnap. So it turns out Bukul Jaja paid the bandits to go kidnap Wuklamont and steal one of her tablets. Bukul Jaja actually succeeds in this mission, although he wanted to kidnap her and presumably take her out of the competition entirely or kill her. But he at least gets one of her tablets.
Because plot contrivances prevent us from just slitting his throat and taking it back.
But it's okay. Because later, oh boy, later, there are words that will be said.
Not only are you forcing me to hang out with this stupid house cat, but I'm also not good at it. The plot requires me to be a really crappy bodyguard.
Yeah. So you get Wuklamont back, then you go continue your way to the googly-eyed giants. And we're actually flying over to the googly-eyed giants to do the next batch of fates on the other side of the mountain. These dudes look ridiculous, and I can't take anything they say seriously because something about the races on this continent demands googly eyes. But they are
Remind
probably,
me of those goldfish with the huge bulging eyes.
yeah, they are simultaneously the most competently written, I think, of the sections of the story, and also the most boring.
Well, the thing is, I think that they're cribbing from the Primals playbook at that point, and they're sort of like on familiar territory. Oh,
Yeah.
you've got this beast tribe, and they've got this primal. Like that's essentially what they're working on here. Oh, this is really not good for me. This
No,
is really not a good.
they're
This
all
is not a good
casters.
layout. This is not a good layout at all.
Holy ground, holy ground, holy ground. Holy ground.
Where did I put it? Where did I put it?
Work that clemency. Work it like you mean it.
I'm trying, but it's not going to save me because Hallowed Ground is worn off.
Push that Sentinel button, or that Guardian button if it's upgraded. You know, you're still Sentinel. That Sentinel button.
Kill the weak ones to reduce the incoming damage.
They're all just going to keep aggroing. Let's run. Run. Flee. Abandon fate.
Too much arrow.
Part of a good strategy is knowing when to abandon it. Okay, so we got enough credit if somebody else comes and finishes
that.
Something like that.
In Cowboy Town.
Yeah, something in that ballpark. So yeah, we get Wuklamot back and we get her tablet and we're off to the Googly Eyes. We're here at Googly Eye Village, and the first task is go get a history lesson and go climb a mountain and punch a dude. I don't remember any of the specifics of this.
So we go to Somal, basically.
Pretty much.
We do Somal again.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Enough times.
Yeah, I forgot that there were actually 2 challenges with the Googly Eye Giants.
Well, we didn't do one of them because Bakul Jaja.
Yeah, it got replaced when he released Mexican Trogdor. So you got your Mexican Trogdor. Unfortunately, he is just this region's version of Quetzalcoatl. Because every South American themed everything has to have a Quetzalcoatl. And this expansion is no exception. And they already have a Quetzalcoatl, so they can't call it that. So it has some other RP name, but because you said you wanted to kill Mexican Trogdor at some point during the show 2 weeks ago, I've just written him in my head as Mexican Trogdor. At this point, I don't think you knew about this primal.
Or yeah, well, I mean, I had been to the library to learn about Tural. That's what I knew about him. Is that they had a dragon, they had a wingling dragon, and he was supposedly tough. So we should fight him because fighting dragons is just the done thing if you're the warrior of light.
If you are a renowned adventurer, punching dragons is kind of in the job description. Oh, these fates down here are level 93. This is what I was worried about and why I went to the... They're going to be a little bit rougher. This fate should ding my Reaper. Yeah.
I need a couple more to ding, I think. At least a couple more, maybe 3 more.
I will switch. Hell, while I'm still in combat with fucking... Yeah, we can double. Oh, actually, I'll save the tank for when. Chance partner on you. Okay. Onward. Wait.
Fight the sprites again.
There's something else we can accept up here. Maybe somebody will be kind and come finish that one that's too big for us. But yeah, so I don't remember any of the specifics about what the Googly Eye Giants were telling me about their history and stuff. Something about them getting sick when they ventured too far north, and they were once a conquering race, and they didn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The blankets gave them smallpox, and so now nobody dies because we remember them.
Yeah, so
something like that.
yeah, and none of it matters. The only thing that's relevant is they believe people don't die unless they're as long as they're remembered. The rest of it is completely story irrelevant, and just a bit of background lore for the continent that you probably already soured on by this point if you've played 5 minutes of this expansion. So, then Bukal Jaja decides to get a leg up on the competition. He's going to release Mexican Trogdor to come and eat us and cause problems and let him get ahead into the next zone early. This is double funny when you eventually get to the next zone, but we'll get there when we get there. Um, I can't do that again for a little bit, so might want to have your cooldown buttons ready. But yeah, so we of course have to go stop Mexican Trogdor because we're not going to let it go eat all the googly-eyed giant people because we are apparently anti-hippie giant death. This is now a canonical position of the Warrior of Light. Okay, not the most awkward canonical position we've had, but at this point, me and my character, or at least the actions my character are being forced to perform, are completely divorced from reality because I would not care if a single one of these googly-eyed giants keeled over. I just don't care about these people.
Well, my character, by contrast, was annoyed that they were on ice to begin with, and is glad that it is now out and fair game.
So we go punch Mexican Trogdor, and surprisingly, despite the trust being available for this one, you are going to get this trial a lot in trial roulette, and it takes forever in a normal group.
Why?
I have no clue.
Does it have more health than a normal group than it does in?
It feels like it has about 2 times the health of a normal trial boss for something around a mid expansion.
Is it just because everybody's wearing their level 90 gear, or?
I don't know. Like, some people are synced, but some people are all the way. Most people there, it's only usually 1 or 2 that are doing it at level. Most of the groups is around level 100 or at level 100. They're doing trial roulette for those.
I don't think that rules out them wearing their level 90 gear. I know I sure am.
Yeah, well, you get your artifact armor at 99, so you should at least have that.
Do you know how many people don't even know about artifact armor?
Okay, I might be giving people a bit too much credit, but I'm the fact of the matter is it exists and should not be a problem, although it very well could be.
Yes, well, it should not take 40 minutes to do a primal either.
So you're looking at a solid 20 minutes per attempt, because the boss does actually have some mechanics that can kill you.
Goodness knows I got hit by enough of them.
There are many deep freeze mechanics, and what's really fun about him that I don't mind gotcha mechanics for first timers in these type of fights. I don't think every fight being sight readable is necessarily a good thing. But the thing that always, every time I've gotten him, because I've gotten him 2 or 3 times in the trial roulette, that's gotten a ton of people, is the delay on the deep freeze and how you have to keep moving past the icon disappearing that exists for what I can tell no reason.
Is it? I've not got caught by it. So
it
I mean, they give
me
you
by
the
it.
icon early, and then they do like a bleep 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 or something, don't they?
Yeah, and you would think that would sync up. And the time I let go with it, the game counted me as letting go too early, and I dropped it after the indicator had faded on my screen.
I guess I probably wouldn't have noticed it because I do everything for longer than the game suggests because of my massive latency.
Yeah, but there's a there's a solid extra half second to a second delay on that deep freeze. So after the icon's gone, you have to keep moving, and it is just funny watching people got by it. Because I got by it the first time too, and the second time, and maybe the third time. I can't remember. But that one's fun, and he has a whole bunch of knockbacks in some of his kits, and I do like his avalanche mechanic a lot. In his ice phase,
I feel like the high-low mechanic is not readable.
no,
like,
that one's not very good.
You need to know which one to do.
Yeah, I think they can. I'm not sure there is a way to telegraph that better, but telegraphing it does have a telegraphing issue where you just don't know it because it's clearly something in the environment with the elevation that you have to interact with, and you just you don't know which one.
Without experimentation, you can't tell how to go high and how to go low, and you don't know which of his abilities are high and low because nothing about the nature of those abilities necessarily screams, "Oh, this is at a higher elevation than that one."
Yeah. So the caveat to my statement earlier about not minding gotcha mechanics like kind of like that in the oh, we're not doing level 93 Marlboros. Plus we got friends
Marlboros are bad enough at the best of times. Oh, you don't have anything in the mid-90s that you could change to, do you?
No. Uh, I'm binary right now of 90, 91, or 100. I finished off Astra this week.
I've got 290, 391s, 292s, 295s, and a 98
Oh, wait.
because I've got ADD.
I do have one. I forgot I was getting Summoner EXP in Frontlines.
But why?
Because I wanted it to.
Hey, somebody's doing Gus stop already.
We got it started for him. We loosened it. I see Victomancer stuff going. Oh, that's the mob. We may be able to get away with minimal with me switching back to a level 90 class. Okay, what's got going on? Yeah, because you brought up a good point. I will want to level the trust at some point, and to do that, I need my characters I'm going to use at level 91. So yeah. Let's see here. So I like Mexican Trogdor as a fight. He's okay. He's just got too much HP in the groups. Like he's a 20-minute long fight regardless what your group comp is, and that's a shoe. Answer what you. But yeah, it's not that big of a shoe overall. Other than that, his health and yeah, the high low mechanics being hard to read. Oh, about face. I want that boss fight. Uh, I don't really have much negative to say about the trial, but I also don't have anything stand out to say about it. Okay, trying.
Yeah, it was kind of a traditional war boss. I just couldn't help but think of it as skinny Shinryu.
Yeah, it was a high point that got my brain back engaged with what was going on for a little bit, and was is a good point for it to go to. We actually got to play the video game. Uh, this expansion. I know Final Fantasy XIV is a story heavy MMO. I expect it to have a whole lot of cutscenes and a lot of talking to characters. However, on paper, we're still playing a video game, not reading a visual novel. The experience is very different between these two activities. Man, they murdered them. That's the mob is moving
I
fast.
only got a silver. I can't get on my mount though. Oh my goodness, I'm using Hyperion.
But this expansion has a few quest types. The first is you're introduced to in the main town that'll be recurring, which is so and so is following you around. Don't teleport out of the zone, or you'll have to go. And you will have it is functionally a go to X point quest, except there's optional bits of RP along the way.
Occasionally. Usually not.
Yeah. So that's not a particularly interesting quest. The other one they do is talk to Wuklamat, talk to exactly three people or interact with exactly three things, and then go talk to Wuklamat again. And this quest structure plagues the entire expansion. And there is very little gameplay outside of the dungeons and trials. There are like maybe 5 quests that have you kill one random world mob that spawns from talking to a purple point. Like I would collect 10 bear asses. Like that's the tier we're at right now. Oh. And I normally in a story heavy game, I would sympathize with people that are making the argument, well, you signed up for a story heavy game, you should know what you're getting into. But Dawntrail in particular has such a lack of gameplay in its quests that I can 120% understand where that complaint's. So how do you feel about that?
Um, it's certainly true that there is a lack of gameplay, and I'm sure I can't really call to mind the specifics of what I would want to see, because it's just I can't tell whether it's a lack of gameplay because they just weren't interested in designing gameplay, or whether the story is just such a fallow seedbed that there's really no way to implant any gameplay in it.
Yeah. It's but regardless of what the reason is, it's a pain to go through these zones and just have nothing to do other than talk to three people. It turns the experience from, oh, I want to sit down and play Final Fantasy 4. Oh, I want to sit down and read, and maybe I'll do a quick dungeon or trial break somewhere along the way.
I did notice that my approach changed. Like, I moved from sitting down to play game to literally, oh, it's time to eat dinner. I'll put Final Fantasy 14 on in the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's not normally what you do with a video game. Like, I do that occasionally with Genshin if it's like I'm doing an Archon quest or a character quest.
Or most of it
But
is
that's about the only context.
chatting with people. Yeah. But yeah, this game in particular, just this expansion in particular, just holy crap! And it's what exacerbates the problem. I think is it's being memed on, but it's being memed on for good reason. And I'm not even sure the people making the memes quite understand this. To talk to exactly, interact with exactly three things. The fact that it's always the same number of
Hey, I
arbitrary
showed you a couple
interactions.
of occasions where it was 4 and one where it was 2.
Yes, but even you have noticed far and away it's three.
There's definitely a lot of 3 going on.
And this just highlights it when you finally clicks with you that, oh my goodness, they're just things again. Talk to three dudes again. And it feels like the interact with three things are tacked on in most cases. Like the talk to three townspeople bit is just so they can pretend that there's gameplay or that you have some
Yeah.
kind of agency in this story. Because you never
Yeah,
do anything
it
of
could have
substance.
all of those sequences could have just been cutscene if they really wanted to do that. Like, I'm not saying that it would be good if they did that. I'm saying that nothing about those sequences required my input.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's a mess with the way the questing is set up. But man, I don't want to come down on Final Fantasy as hard. I want to find good things in this, but I just can't.
No, you have to come down hard on people for them to learn lessons in order to be a good product.
Yeah, well, I'm more saying that because I was really hoping this expansion would show more promise than, and we're not even done explaining the bits that we've gone through. We haven't even covered three of the challenges yet. One of which I don't remember. But oh right, the Giants had two. We're at five. Forlorn Maiden somewhere in this mess. Oh, there's.
Yeah, I've been shooting it.
But yeah, it's This is where at with the hit part of the trial where that's just before one third the way through the story, and nothing of substance has happened. Nothing interesting has happened, and if you've been paying attention at all, your eyes will start to glaze over at this because what these characters are doing just is boring as sin. So we beat Mexican Trogdor and get off to the next village. Now remember the whole reason Mexican Trogdor was released, so Bukal Jaja could get a head start on the next challenge before well we dealt with it or whatever. I'm not sure he had any reason to believe that we would stop and deal with it, given that he's Bukal Jaja. But maybe the googly eye smarter head managed to convince his brother of something. Anyway, we show up at the nighttime forest zone, and we meet the Rothgar race. And we get there, and we see Bukal Jaja patiently waiting for us to arrive because he won't start it until everybody's here. He being the claimant, not the claimant, the elector for this challenge.
It's incredibly dumb. That's definitely the case. However, I liked how petty it was in terms of like oh, your ambitions have been frustrated because bureaucratic procedural bullcrap.
Yep. And then even Wuklamat gets a few decent snapbacks in this one to Bukal Jaja. Just shut up, Bukal Jaja. Nobody cares what you have to say. And that all works okay for this one, but it's going to be completely overshadowed by the end of this little contest, the contest itself, and the next contest coming up that's also in this zone on the other half of it. Is anything good that we could possibly say about some of the bits in this one just won't matter by the end of all that. So for this one, it's a cooking contest. We got to have the cooking episode because at this point we've established these challenges have nothing interesting or of substance going on with them. They are instead literally just a Tyrol tour of cultures. So we have to make the signature dish of this town, and something about banana peels and special ways to cook it and cooking it with love. And they have to
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that there wasn't a beach episode and a baseball episode.
Yeah, we are hitting the anime tropes something hard in this one. And yeah, they have to do this one in teams of two, so it's Tiger Princess and Specs versus Best Boy and the and Zoralja. And of course, Wook and Kawana win because they're the main characters. You know, in this game that we made a main character for, where we're not the main character. Um, but they win with the help of us, and it is just casually dropped to us that oh, by the way, the guy running the contest was Tiger Princess's biological daddy. This has nothing of consequence happen with it, by the way. They it's like at a point in the writing they thought about making this a story beat, and then by the time they decided to cut it, had already integrated the character into too many things and didn't have time to rewrite it all.
Yeah, and it almost sounds like they expected it to be scandalous, except that nobody cared. Like they act like it's got so much more gravity than they actually attempt to use.
Yeah, there's a whole cutscene where I was returning back to Totally Glazed, where uh, Wook's daddy comes and says, "I am her father. Please don't tell her." And then Bukal Jaja decides to have his moment and kidnaps her daddy, and you fight him as Wook Lamont in the scene we mentioned earlier. And he just casually drops that, "Oh, by the way, he's your daddy," and just all the build up of that is completely wasted from the cutscene before. And oh, it doesn't matter anyway because not only is Wook Lamont unfazed by this, she in fact continues to ignore her dad and brush him off as her father from that point onwards. And even when they say goodbye and you're going on to the next half of the zone, she's just like, "Thank you, Elector. Have a nice day." And he is never seen again.
Well, they see her at the coronation.
Yeah, as a token appearance because he's a big member of his town, probably. But that's about it.
I don't know if I can take all of those.
Those guys do hit kind of hard.
We'll wait for the mob to show up.
Have a dance. Are we safe here? Yeah, we're safe. I got two. Oh no, that was you. But yeah. Oh goodness, I don't. I hope you got Gunbreak. I want to find that super button.
And do what? Kill myself?
Commit Sudoku.
How will Super Belied help me in any way? You need a healer for Super Belied to work. Were you Super Belied?
About all that's going to do is buy me time to kill stuff while you run away. And I would not have a whole lot of faith in my ability to kill stuff higher level than me as a dancer. Oh, okay. Tactical step, finish off what you can. I will res you once I de-aggro the world here. Level 93 Crocodile
Chase. Super Belied.
I have level 93 Crocodile chasing me. I may be a second. Okay.
Oh, right, I've got to replace Rough Divide on my bar with something else at some point, don't I?
Yeah, that's the
what's the new one called? Trajectory.
Oh, right, they gave white mages a dash now, too. I had to go find that on the bar.
Man, why didn't Scholar get anything?
DPS.
Let's just take it nice and slow.
Heck, that would have been bad. But yeah. Especially while you got that. So yeah. That whole little trip just doesn't matter. And the contest was stupid. It was literally the cooking episode. And okay. Now we get to
the thing that I thought was the worst though, and this might seem pathetic, but the fact that Zarieljar loses the competition because his lackey doesn't cook well.
Oh, because he's
like, wow. You're just not. You didn't do a very good job, and therefore you lost. I'm going to die again. Oh,
I put Phoenix's buff on you. That's about all I got for you.
I think we should just head up to the Northern Island. Because otherwise you're going to have to play one at a time strats down here.
Yeah, we'll just let somebody come finish that one off, and we'll take the egg. But yeah, Zeralja's over reliance on that minion, and you think that minion might be built up as a character or come into play in part 2 with a proper name and ability to do stuff, given how much he seems to be pushing on Zeralja.
But no, this is the Golden City. Boot.
Yeah, this is Techno Land. Gives him kick pants, and well, he gives him a slash in the back, and he falls into the abyss, and he's dead. He doesn't come back later. He's dead for realsies.
Yeah, I entertained the idea that he might come back later, but every other expected route that I thought this game would take has not been taken at all.
Yeah, there will be no surprises in this story. It will go exactly where you expect it to. So yeah, that is that part of the zone, and then we get to my worst, or my simultaneously my least favorite and my favorite of the contests for what they're worth. We get to the Mamulja. The Mamulja live in the deepest, darkest region of the forest. Meteorites have fallen down here and contaminated the soil, and it's causing all kinds of
But only
problems.
here somehow.
Yes, just the aether on the lower end of the cliff is contaminated, not where the cat people live.
Just this one tiny patch of land in all of Terrell has had multiple meteors shower down on it.
Yep. So that's happened. Maybe that's explained in the side quest. Not explained in the main quest though. Um, and we waddle our way up there to deal their challenge. Their challenge actually has nothing to do with this, but it'll come into play later. Their challenge is just we have this spirit juice that puts out some hookah smoke and manifests Papa in his prime for you to go toe to toe with. And you get there, and Zoralja loses, or he's already lost by the time you got there. His Papa kicked his butt. Now, the only thing about Zoralja's character that has any consistency is his massive inferiority complex due to his dad being a larger than life hero of the region. And this doesn't sit well with little Zoralja, so he decides he's going to go punch the Elector and gets himself disqualified for the whole contest.
Absolute brainlet move.
Yeah. So this sends him down further down the path of villainy, where he can no longer be stopped, and we know exactly where he's going now. If the hints from before weren't already abundantly clear. So yeah, we have good old Zoralja DQ'd, and now we have Bukal Jaja show up. Bukal Jaja shows up, and apparently this guy's his papa, and goes, "All right, kiddo, how you do? Surely you've won the contest by now, right? You just need to finish mine, and you're good to go." He empties his tablet bag out, and a bit of story that bugged me until this point finally made sense, at least. And that no, Bukal Jaja was not completing the challenges. He just doesn't have any gemstones. He didn't go back and get them. He didn't acquire the other ones the from Zoralja when they had their little sneaky conversation, or him and the lackey did. But yeah, he just didn't do it because he's a lizard failure of a lizard being. So he acts very dejected and doesn't even bother to attempt the challenge, and just goes off to go mope, basically. And so Wuklamat is off put by all of this and just ain't in the mood for doing the challenge right now, because this is real life where the princess can put off real world affairs and events that are ongoing and a little pressing uh, to go uh, talk to the people and get to know them, because she's just not in the mood to do the challenge this elector wants to right now. This sat really wrong with me.
I didn't think it was that bad, because she has a very inflated idea of how dangerous her elder brother is in her mind. So she's going to think basically nobody's going to be able to pass this task. The way things currently stand, this task must be some kind of trick.
Yeah, so you go talk to 3 people in town and figure out that the reason they're upset is because well, you don't figure out about the blessed siblings right now, but the townspeople will tell you they can't grow food here and this makes them sad. And why
And
they
yet
can't.
the solution to this is Roe v. Wade,
Yeah. So
which makes a whole pile of sense, right?
somebody was a Shinzo Abe fan on the staff, because the entirety of this zone seems to have been written by a different person who just didn't care what anybody was doing in the rest of the writing team, and was just going to have this zone have its own uh, blunt statements up front. And okay, the whole rest of the story is already a mess, so it doesn't really bother me. But we after we figure out that they're not happy because they can't grow plants, we wonder where Bukal Jaja moped off to, and we go find out from his mama that he always goes to cry in the catacombs whenever whenever things don't go his way. Well, that's a little odd.
Healthy family environment.
That's a little odd. Maybe you should talk to your kid about that.
I think this family has bigger issues.
So you go off to the catacombs to find BJJ and find him literally crying in the corner. Now, I don't know if you've been following the characterization of Bokujaja up until now. The same guy that let loose Mexican Trogdor and kidnap Tiger Princess, was willing to stab the first elector in the face because they wouldn't give him the token back in the Vanu Vanu zone. But we find him crying in the corner, and he gives us his reason for why he's participating in the contest to begin with. Because as stupid as they are, at least the other claimants all have a vision for Terrell's future. Bukujaja doesn't. He just felt the need to go through this contest because it was expected of him because he was born as a two-headed Mamulja. And he needed to prove to his dad that he really was a cool dude. And it could live up to being a blessed sibling, one otherwise known as a dude with two heads. And that he has been aware of his own incompetence the whole time, and how he just wants to stop this cycle of blessed siblings being born. Because it turns out, in order to make these two-headed Mulja that are stronger than the rest and have all these responsibilities thrust upon them, you have to have a whole bunch of Mamulja children be stillborn in the process. Because the genes of the two Mamulja tribes that need to intermingle for this to happen ain't really compatible with each other. The blessed siblings, in fact, seem to be more of an accident than a.
So is this now an Aesop about miscegenation, or
Like I'm not
I don't know
sure.
where they're going anymore.
Yeah, you're not going to for all of this because it's just a bunch of shoehorned random messaging. But okay, now Bukul Jaja's is been given the hardest character 180 I've ever seen, and he's just gone from the thuggy steps on your tacos man to but my dead hundreds of siblings aborted in the catacombs since still inside their eggs, all dead. I must stop this atrocity from okay, sure, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Let's roll with it. BJJ 2024. And so now Bukujaja's a good guy. That's the end of that character arc.
Yeah, he just basically drops out of the story. I don't know if he comes back later because I haven't finished it.
He will show up as a background character while events are happening and be a dude that punches dudes. That on the side of the good guys, and I think he actually has a line later. It feels good to be one of the good guys.
Ugh.
But okay.
No, the most sort of like, oh, I just, my mind sort of locked up and I couldn't process how lazy the writing was where like Work Lamont says for like the nth time, I don't understand why this guy is such a cock, because he's so powerful he could just fight for legit. It would be fine. And the only explanation is, oh, he's desperate. That's why he acts the way he does. It's like, what?
Yeah, they're
How
never
did that even?
they're never going to clarify that, because for once Tiger Princess actually makes a good point.
Yeah, it's like this is way higher levels of like genre savvy than she's normally willing to show.
Like
Oh my
like
God, how do you do this?
with Gunbreaker.
No, like how do you do this fight? You can't stand near any of the mobs.
Oh yeah, I was playing Reaper when we were first doing this fate the first time. Remember? That was
Yeah, I
that was
was just
fun.
running around firing Holy Spirit and
Kind of hoping for the best. Yeah. Yeah, we got a range DPS. I can dance on things. Oh. So yeah, that's Bukul Jaja. Now, me and the rest, I didn't know the rest of the community had attached to him, but this was so stupid with his character 180 like this that I just gave up. This was the breaking point for me, where I just didn't care anymore. and it looped all the way back around to being, I'll take it.
The
It-
thing is, I feel like the bones of a really compelling narrative are here.
yeah,
It's just that the flesh is all manky and it's got clown makeup on. Like this sort of like, oh well, there's this secret Mamuja eugenics project that's actually been going on for decades as they try and recapture dominion over this territory. Like, so okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down here. I can see where you might be going with this. It's not bad. There's potential here. And then they just sort of they lay out the bullet points of the plot and they don't do any development.
yeah. And never mind that the execution of the overall plot is just garbage that it's set within. This whole contest, the individual contests, you can do something with a contest like this as set up for a story, but the execution was terrible. It would not have taken very much to do setup for it, but they elected not to do that. We had to do Zero's Big Adventure. They could have just had a Bukel Jaja style of figure show up in Razat Han or something, or in Thavnir, and cause trouble for a patch or two to get us and do it because of the upcoming Dawn Servant contest, and do it and be instigated by the City of Gold existing. That would have gone a long way. Could have attached us to a few of the characters you're already married to, slapping us, sticking to the our character. But I'm Joe Biden in this. I'm still reeling from remembering Bukel Jaja and his character 180. But it's and they didn't do that. They didn't do anything like that. They didn't even do some token setup. And so we got nothing there. And the execution of the challenges being so stupid with every single one of them. Not a single one of these challenges, besides fighting Mexican Trogdor, is compelling. They're
Yeah, and that wasn't
all,
supposed to happen.
yeah, that by the design of the challenge was never supposed to be what happened. It's just all garbage. But yeah, okay. Google Jaja is
Yeah, and that was my fundamental objection to the premise was that it was silly. It was just silly. The they apparently the head of reason spent a long time trying to figure this whole thing out, and this succession scheme is basically a surefire way to have a civil war in your country,
something
because
to
no matter what happens, some faction is going to object and say, no, the deck was stacked, this competition wasn't fair, nobody was there to see it happen, etc., etc. Or the electors were crooked. Like, there's so many objections to this system of succession, and you created a scenario where you have drawn really sharp, bright lines between each of the factions supporting each of the different claimants. Like, the only thing that will happen as soon as one of them wins is that it will devolve into a civil war with the heads of the rivals at their head.
now. If you want to, you can galaxy brain that the head of reason was just so 4D chess. He knew this was only the first half of an expansion, and that an ensuing conflict would be coming in part of the second half. That would
Well, you
just
just didn't
about,
tell us, bro.
yeah, and that he knew all this in advance, and uh, totally incorporated that into his writing for this little challenge. Because the only thing that will unify a group after something like this is a nationwide conflict on that nation's own soil by a third party. We'll get there. Paul's not there yet, but they have to have a part
Well,
two of
then
the story.
spoilers. Why you
Yeah.
spoil so hard?
Well, they have to have a part two of the story, and it has to do with Brawl. So I haven't spoiled anything really, but maybe he was galaxy brained enough to see the future too. Who knows? His warrior half was certainly larger than life. Maybe he was too.
I think his extent of seeing the future is more sort of, I can see the future.
Well, didn't work so well for Bardock. Maybe it worked better for Galuja number 2. I'm not getting chewed
Well,
on
he
by
did.
Anzus. Yeah, but so the big reveal is the head of reason's been dead. The Galulja's a two-headed Mamulja. but we've only ever heard the warrior head talk. The what they call it, the head of resolve,
Yeah.
and they have a mask over the other ones, and he pulls the media in defense of Joe Biden excuse of, oh, he's just sleeping. He's not sleeping. That head has been dead, which brings up a whole lot about two-headed mammalogy biology that
There's
I
a
didn't.
lot of questions that I don't actually want to contemplate
No,
because
but
it's just really weird.
no, but it will. They will come into your head as soon as he rips that mask off of the dead head's head. So, yeah,
I mean, they're not like irrational questions. They're like, oh well, actually, this is quite a this is a reasonable thing to contemplate in the context of a two-headed being.
like, like, which head controls the heart beating? Does it have two hearts? Like, how do they walk around? Because apparently either head, or rather, at least the warrior head, can use full motor control with one of them dead. Like, these are the kind of questions we have. Do they ever have disagreements? Like, what happens then? Do they just fight for control over the body and get stuck at a standstill until somebody can make a decision? Like, just all the logistics of that come into play right in the middle of your head as soon as it's revealed the head of reason is dead and has
See,
been dead the whole time.
this is why Blizzard never bothered to try and to do anything very much with ogre mages. There are just too many questions.
Yeah. So yeah, that happened. And then we've got the resolution to the issues before we of the Mamolja people, rather than no this the that comes after the final challenge because Koana has to be the one to explain it. So you eventually Wicklemat gets up, works herself up, is like, all right, we're gonna go bop the shade of Papa, and I'm gonna prove I'm the bestest and can be the Dawn servant. And while you're walking up there, Kawana has a moment that in a story that was better set up with him having a better character to bounce off of might have worked. Oh, we're not doing that. That's the windy west north. But it has a problem here, where he realizes throughout his adventures that he is too inexperienced and relied too much on uh, foreign nations to be the leader of his own country, and that his reliance on technology is not going to work out. And so he withdraws his claimanthood by throwing his tablet up in the air and shooting it. Problem comes when you realize that the person he's backing is his retarded sister. Now, props to Koana for actually realizing he's not fit to lead. However, his personnel decisions for who should lead the country leave much to be desired.
Questionable at best.
Yeah, so I actually like Koana. In a better story, he could have worked as a character, but this story's just bad and not doing him any favors. And it's unfortunate for him, but it's just kind of the way it be. And but yeah, he renounces his claimanthood and helps his sister clear the trial. So now she is the only claimant, not disqualified, that has oh not eight, all seven of the tablets. You go to the entrance of the City of Gold in the catacombs, because of course it's there, and you see them open the front door to the City of Gold, but you don't go inside. But the door could be opened if you wanted to now. And Gulul Jaja apparently either has a teleporting device or has been secretly following you around and leaving the city to its own devices while you've been doing this. Because he just walks in after you do this, like, good job, guys. I knew one of you could pull it off. Okay. You say so, Lizard
I
Papa.
mean, it's like, does his DM allow him to create a character that is like an elephant centaur, except it's a rogue with all the points in dexterity and stealth skill?
Yeah, because he just shows up in this catacomb. Yeah, and then we all the stuff happens before. Uh, you see a cutscene of one of the historical figures that made a brief appearance here. The Rogadin from what you call it, who's now ancient. Uh, gets slashed in the back by obviously Zeralja. Afterwards, and because you left all your tablets with him after you completed the contest and were declared the winner. With well, after Wugelmat completed the contest and was declared the winner, you're just a an accessory would be a step up, I think. You're just a babysitter, a glorified cheerleader, side piece, bottom bitch. So he gets slashed in the back. Tablets get stolen. Sinister laugh happens with Saralja as he opens the door to the city of gold, and ominous things are going on in the background. You know, as if this wasn't telegraphing things.
And that's more or less where I'm up to.
Yep. And you go back, coronation happens, and she declares that Koana will rule with her because she doesn't think she can handle it herself. She is correct. However, do remember that Koana just said he's not fit to rule and shouldn't be a claimant either. So neither of you two idiots should be taking on this
Well,
role.
that's the gist of it, though. That's what they're going for. They're going for the idea that, oh well, independently, neither of them have what it takes to rule, but maybe collectively they do.
Yeah. But Wuklamat has demonstrated negative aptitude for rulership, so she's only going to take points away from Koana. So while he may be able to noodle his way through a few of the more logical problems of the nation, uh, Wuklamat just going to punch all the other problems is probably going to do more harm than it helps. Oh, there's a boost.
I just hope that the people of Tural don't think that you can get like a two-headed Hrothgar Makote.
Oh, please no. But yeah.
It's really real talk. The Turali seem kind of dumb.
Mm-hmm. I did not meet a single race on that entire MSQ who I was like, yeah, they're a benefit to the Torali people as a race. They clearly have, intelligence, a go-getter attitude, a spirit, anything that would be helpful as a culture.
Alpacas,
Yeah.
alpacas are helpful. They can
Alpacas,
spit on things.
they can spit on Wuklamot and take her out of the story for 2 minutes. I'll take that. Better than most of the other races. But yeah, that's part one of this story, and we go off to Nevada or New Mexico. Pick any area. You're in Death Valley in the Wild West. And I mean the early Wild West, where infrastructure is more of a suggestion than something they've ever heard of. And yeah, you meet Estinian there. He shows back up. Remember, he's on this continent too. We're still not sure how he got here or why he's here, other than he's just here doing autistic Estinian things. But
Well,
he's
that is in fact the only reason Estinian is anywhere ever.
yeah. So he is right now. He is in cowboy land doing autistic Estinian things. He will have no relevance to this story. Don't worry. Uh, he's just here.
I assumed that he was being put here for the post patch. He might make some cameos, but mainly he's here for a post patch
Yeah.
performance of some kind.
Yeah. So yeah. That's where Vol's up to. There are more words to be said. But for the part you're at, holy crap, part one of the story is not just bad. It's
Absolute dog water.
yeah, it's super bad. I have no positive anything to say about part one of Dawntrail.
Yeah, this is like sub Western RPG writing. This is like sub Mass Effect, like late Mass Effect. I'm not talking about early Mass Effect.
This is something went horribly wrong. Like it got so bad where my first thought was, okay, Shadowbringers and must have just been a fluke. That might have happened by accident. Clearly, this team doesn't have a clue what they're doing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have any of the hallmarks of being the same team. Ultimately,
Yeah,
like when it comes down to Yoshi P's supervision, he only writes the rough plot points. And like I said, there are the bones to good storylines here. It's just that there's been no writing, no depth of writing or performance that communicates the good story. There's only like the really crude story, like they just stuck with the storyboards that were developed in the sort of the summer jam session that they did to write the story to begin with.
Yeah, and it's just a complete mess. I do not know how this got passed, how this got uh okayed, but well,
Yeah,
okay.
and I now the whole Yoshi P's whole comment about not being sure if anybody would like it started to come in a bit clearer.
So yeah, they do have a more competent story, and it's clearly the story they wanted to tell in part two. But it's going to be marred by the simple fact of they're not going to be able to say everything they want because they wasted uh, 3 zones of this expansion story on the stupid claimant contest. And the story they want to tell needs a full 6 zones. But just because it actually has somewhere it's trying to go, it will feel better, and there is less Wuklamat per minute. There is still Wuklamat, but there is less Wuklamat per minute than there was in the first half. I just cannot get over how much that stupid tiger drags this plot down. And I refuse to call her a lion because I've had a lion tail well before Wuklamat was ever even a concept in the writers' minds, and I am revoking her lion privilege. So she is Tiger Princess forever. But man, they just screwed up with Wuklamat. They screwed up with the contest. They screwed up with the individual challenges for the contest. They screwed up for the overall writing of the zone. They all of this, and this is to say nothing of the destruction of the English voice cast and dub scene for this game with the new head that took over for this bit of the story.
We're not coming into this expansion, and since last expansion, um, I've I had made the plan that once I was done with the MSQ for Dawntrail, I was going to begin a full playthrough starting from the beginning of Realm Reborn with the new graphics. And that's from somebody who still remembers the worst, slowest parts of Realm Reborn, having played through without any of the stuff that they made to smooth out the process or anything like that. And I'm just playing Dawntrail, and the thought that starts bouncing around inside my head is, oh man, when I get up to this part, it's going to be such a slog. And I never thought that about any of the other expansions.
Yeah. There are bits I have criticized in the past of the other expansions. I've criticized the Loporrit's overstay in their welcome a bit. I have criticized parts of I've criticized them post MSQ for Endwalker a ton. I've criticized parts of Stormblood and how they didn't really know what they were doing and split that expansion up into 2 halves. I've criticized the
Uh,
Realm Born
the
armpit ad nauseum.
while there are things like that I didn't like, but none of them was just as like have the magnitude of disappointment that I feel in this expansion.
Yeah,
Like, just this is just everything about this is built on sloppiness. Like the problem is you executed this badly. There's nobody else to blame.
yeah,
Like you didn't get start off on a bad trajectory and then have to try and recover it and did the best you could with what you had. No, you started with a clean slate. You wrote absolute dog shit and you executed it like absolute dog shit. And there's nobody else to blame.
yeah. It is very very unfortunate, but there just ain't any. I got nothing for them on what they can do. I got no advice for them, and my opinions are all negative. I can't
Well,
encourage.
I have advice for them. Sack your writing team.
Oh yeah,
They don't know what they're doing.
yeah. For them, this expansion, I genuinely think they're in a worse spot than they were going into it with the story because the Wuklamont thing has done so much damage.
It's like what happened here? Did they get some sort of like did they get some sort of bizarre edict from above that they had to do an expansion about diversity for their
So,
ESG score?
so
Like, what the hell is going on?
they did not have anything substantive for this on the farms, but they did mention in that thread I mentioned before that the it is rumored that the writing team has functionally been replaced by people that the old head writer was training up, and he was just in a supervisory role and did the outline for them. But all the details and nuance was done by a new writing staff. They did not have any hosts of media to confirm this, but people were saying they'd heard it all over the place.
Yeah, the thing is that that's also how I would cope.
Yeah,
That's also how I would cope at because if it was something like that, then the problem might be detectable and fixable.
yeah, you could
But
just
if
fight
they
with
actually
people.
think that this was good, then it's not salvageable.
Yeah, well, we know, thankfully we know they were hesitant about it because Yoshi P himself was like, I don't know about this, guys. I might want to couch him in one of the live letters. Try to temper expectations because this ain't gonna work. And by then it was too late. They were stuck with what they had.
It's like, I took my eyes off of you for 5 minutes to release another game, and what did you do?
You wooklamotted me. Yeah, like I have criticized all that stuff I mentioned before, but I've not outright hated any of it. There have been redeeming parts of it that I found fun or
Well,
interesting.
there's also like up until the end of Endwalker MSQ, there's like a fairly steady upward trajectory, generally speaking. There are plateaus and hiccups, but generally speaking, we're going upwards. And we hit a reasonably powerful emotional crescendo at the very end, and then the story ends. And then you've got to deal with Zero, but let's just leave that aside for now. Because, I think that there are redeemable things about that as well, but mostly they're aesthetic things. They're not writing things. But yeah, they've managed to screw up in such a spectacular way here that there's no way I can imagine this coming from the same writing, the same pen. Like, I don't see how that could happen.
Yeah,
Because there's just so much more depth to what they've done before.
yeah. It's it is a super big mess. We're also at 3 hours.
Right, and you haven't touched your
Right.
yeah, do your thing. Since you said you want to get it out of the way this time.
So I think here's a game. Oh no, I'm one fade away from complete. Before that,
I am not. I'm miles away.
I want to. His name is Trash Panda. Um, I want to
Still?
get. I want to get the email Sarah sent us read because
Oh, right.
we put that off, and
We
then I.
already put that off once.
So here's what I think we're gonna do. We're gonna go to a break so that we can pull up the email and get it ready to read. We will read the email, and then I will cover the Elden Ring, and I will have visual aids. Bit of a challenge for me to Final Fantasy and do that at the same time. So if you see me just
Well, we
flying,
don't need to.
yeah. So
We don't need to.
yeah, we made significant progress on shared fates, and each of us got a few classes up to 91, so we can do trust with them now. I'd call that progress. Uh, Finish popping this fate. This will finish off my shared fates, and then I can stop by this zone and help pop the rest. We can save it for next weekend because there's time sensitive. So yeah, we can do that then. But yeah, I think that is the plan. While we wait on this fate to die, closing comments on part one. Oh,
Sucked.
actually,
Sucked balls, and I don't want to do it again.
correct. That is also mine, and I think the only reasonable opinion for anybody that. The other thing is, you have complained to me about the aesthetic of Zone 4. However, it is such a breath of fresh air as a zone. Like, you know, never mind that it's a hot, arid, dry desert with cactuses everywhere, sabatenders. And it may have nothing in it, But in that nothing, there is also no Wuklamat.
It's true. There is a distinct lack of work on art taking place.
Like, and
An
and
unmistakable absence of idiotic commentary over every little thing that happens.
and we're just solving some problems in a little town, cowboy town in the desert. We're just doing old school warrior light stuff that's on our resume as part of what we do.
Yeah, this
It,
is our meat and potatoes. How do you think we pay the bills? We've got to
like,
stay in a lot of inns, man.
like all that god slaying costs money.
So I came to a new country and I can't fit the materia to my own armor anymore. So
Yeah, so we're here in cowboy land, and it really is just that simple of a story for the zone. It's it's like the there's a scandal in the town. There's bandits and cowboys and sheriffs, and there's a train, and
is it bad that I feel more attachment already to Work Lamart's nanny than Work Lamart?
oh yeah, and uh man, I feel more attachment to the random dude in the, you might want to again at this thing to buy you a few more seconds, but I feel more attachment to the random uh kids in this town that will wind up being central to the quest than I do to Wuklamat. Like, can I make them Dawn Servant?
I think that the fundamental problem is that none of this can have any meaning because there are no stakes.
Yeah.
There just aren't.
And we're not talking about lowered stakes either. We're talking about no stakes. Like, none of this matters. Like, oh, yeah, we're coming down from saving the world from the embodiment of despair, whatever. Uh, oh, they have you get a pack minion. It costs 700 gemstones. Oh, I have them. Western score.
Right. Let's go float somewhere and
So,
take a quick break, and then
so
you can do your thing.
yeah. Top dance ring 91's gonna go. I will actually let's go hang out. The I kind of want to get away from Tyrol.
Bad memories.
Go sit on the porch, old house porch. All right, folks. We will return shortly. I don't have music prep because I had to fix OBS right before the show, and so here's the break screen, and we will be back in just a moment. And we're back. Pickle?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I was just my throat was feeling a bit weird. I was trying to swallow.
I see. Yes, so we are back. Those are characters at the camera. The camera. We have an email that we put off last week.
Yes, we do. We put it off last week because we were so professional that we checked the email box at the end of the show. But we'll still get to it. We will read it right now. Dear No Excuses. Sorry for the lack of emails lately. There haven't been much that's worth writing about. However, there was a bunch of boom shoots coming down the boom chute because they are running on the GZ Doom engine. I thought I'd mention them. For example, the third episode of Suppless is out. If you want a GZ Doom marathon, this is for you. I liked episode 3 more than the previous one. 2 was set on a space station, so the levels looked very samey. This one is set on a colony with 2 very distinctive styles, but I'm starting to lose the plot. Not that one needs to follow the plot in such games. Another release was Ash's Hard Reset. Unfortunately, it was a huge disappointment. Apparently, the dev team fell apart, so the game was rushed. The result is that several maps and areas feel empty, lacking the great atmosphere of Ash's Afterglow or 2063. The story doesn't make sense, and some enemies are just badly made from a gameplay mechanic viewpoint. However, there are a few maps that are still pure atmosphere. The music is still great, and the game is free, so you are getting your money's worth. And finally, Celico. This is the real deal. Imagine Fear without the creepy ghost girl and the horror. Amazing, highly detailed destruction of the environment during firefights. Enemies that talk and react in a realistic way. Huge realistic levels. And there's a slow-mo mod if you really want the fear factor back. Solid recommend. One of the best games I played this year. I haven't played Dawntrail, so the second half of my email will be about Zoomerless Zone Zero, aka flip phones, aka all the bikes are unlocked on the streets because there are no diversity around. I'm going to say that just in case. aka all style. What about Substance? Substance seems to be waifus and the occasional big burly bear. Not the yaoi kind, literally a bear. Really not much else to say. It's a character action game with maids who swing around circular saws. Cerithus. P.S. Satisfactory 1.0 and Factorio expansion has a release date.
See.
Okay. So,
As usual, we have not played any of the Doom mods, but this time
it's one of those things that I'm always sort of like a little bit curious about, but I just don't have the sort of free time required to actually indulge that curiosity with so many other games on the docket. But every time you say, Cerithus, that a dev team fell apart, I always just assume it's because somebody got caught with child porn. Like, it just seems to be what happens with these teams is somebody turns out to be a pedo and the team implodes.
yeah. So
Like every mod and fan game is being made by a team of pedophiles seems to be the gist.
or they at least just somehow always hire at least one. So yeah,
Yeah.
as usual, don't have much to say about the Doom stuff. Although it's not something I'm disinterested in. It's just not in my active wheelhouse. I have to be pushed to really try one.
Yeah,
But
I do have a soft spot for classic Doom, but I'm still kind of atrocious at it because most of my formative experience with Doom was knee deep in the dead, like everybody else. But my secondary experience of Doom was not episode 2; it was Plutonia Experiment, and my lack of sense of direction basically makes that one pack impossible. Like completely impossible. Those levels are inscrutable.
yeah. Oh dear. I one day I could see myself given some Doom mods a shot. I don't have the same attachment to Doom as a franchise that you guys might, because it just it wasn't a game that I played heavily when I was younger. I did play it, but it was something that I didn't play enough for it to leave any kind of. A good way to put this. it's I didn't play it enough for it to establish itself in my head as a part of my youth.
Doom was admittedly probably my least played game of that generation. I played Heretic more than Doom, and I probably played Rise of the Triad more than Doom as well. Um, I don't think I played Hexen more than Doom. I spent more time lost in Hexen than I spent lost in Doom. Usually because in Doom I would get frustrated and quit, whereas in Hexen I kept thinking that I was just about to find my way out. Um, what else at that time? I did play quite a bit of Duke Nukem 3D, although I wasn't particularly great at it. Um, Looking up and looking down and running out of fuel in my jetpack and that type of thing was often the frustration for me. Um, I I played a bit of Blood, but I wasn't great at it. I basically didn't play Shadow Warrior at all in that particular generation of build games. Um, I did play a little bit of Redneck Rampage, but there was nothing culturally accessible to me about it. So yeah, it was sort of just faded into the background. It was quite bad to begin with, but yeah, for instance, I had never heard of jackalopes, so I had no idea what that was supposed to be all about.
Rabbits with horns.
Yeah, like you just that's not something that you're ever going to hear about in New Zealand. So yeah, there's a lot of cultural obstacles there. But yeah, so Doom was not the biggest part of my FPS career, as it were, but it was probably the foundation stone of it.
Yeah, it's when I think of shooters that founded my idea of what a shooter is. Well, I had Unreal Tournament and and Doom and various other shooters before. The one that my friends all really latched onto and I played Halo. So I'm part of the Halo generation that had played shooters beforehand, but really attached to shooters Halo because that's all their friends were playing nonstop.
Yeah,
Dragging big old honky Xboxes together for multi-box LAN parties.
yeah. Doom and Wolfenstein 3D were sort of like the two major touchstones in my generation. Um, for video games. Like Halo was like by the time Halo was popular, I'd already decided I wasn't that interested anymore in FPS off of the PC. Um, like I enjoyed playing Red Faction on PS2, but I just didn't have really an in with Halo at all. It didn't particularly interest me. Um, we used to play Quake 2 on PlayStation at when we gathered together at somebody's house or whatever. Like we got quite a bit of mileage out of that, but yeah, it was not really much of a thing. FPS on console in my particular friend group. There were a couple of like die-hard Halo people who, later in life they continued on to become like die-hard Destiny people and so on, but it was not something that I particularly was interested in. Like by the time I was sort of like most of the way into high school, it was definitely Unreal Tournament and Unreal Tournament 2K4 were the major titles that the people that I knew were playing, and other things like, for instance, Counter Strike never really took root in my group. There were some people that tried to make it happen, but never really got the interest because it was like the I think it was probably just a numbers game. There were more people who wanted to play Unreal Tournament than wanted to play Counter Strike. And it was one of those things, sort of like console wars, where there was one group that was just going to blindly back one, and one group that was going to blindly back the other one, and both groups asserting that theirs was objectively better. And the UT team won with numbers, essentially.
Yeah, I have a similar experience when it comes to Counter Strike in my friend group where there was a contingent that wanted to play Counter Strike all the time, and we would get on and play occasionally with them, and they tried to get us in more, but the simple fact of the matter was me and my immediate friend group, mostly my immediate friend group, were just they were all playing Halo way more. So getting them to so I gravitated towards Halo. Just my immediate friend group was all playing that game significantly more than the few people in our circles always try and play just to play Counter Strike with them. Just it was just more people were into Halo. So even though there's still about a several year gap there between Unreal Tournament and Halo, uh, the uh, the story still holds because Counter Strike was such a long lasting game that there was always that group that always wanted to play Counter Strike. It seems.
Well, it's still around, right? Except they're all playing CS:GO now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
As for Celico, I have seen it. It looks okay. When I went to the Steam page and saw early access, I noped out despite the great reviews it got. It looked interesting, fast paced, fun little small budget modern shooter. But early access always scares me, and they want $25 out the gate for something that doesn't look like it's worth $25. So while the boomer shooter aesthetic is definitely going on with the sprite type models, uh, and I can see the appeal here. You're gonna have to get me on a sale or wait till this game gets out of early access to really pitch it to.
Yeah, there's too much else for me to be doing right now than compared with like gambling on something that looks like the original Unreal.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not something I would say no to right away, just based on this aesthetic and the way the
I'm
gameplay
not
looks.
I'm
But
not I'm not offended by it in any way. I'm not disinterested, but it's just not going to move very high on my list immediately. Like there is like for instance, I still haven't played the new Doom, and I've been meaning to for a long time.
yeah, and just in this batch of couple months, games that take a significant chunk of our time to complete have got us by the nuts and not letting us go. So
Yeah, I mean, I still intend to play Zenless Zone Zero at least for the story. I don't intend to commit to it. Like I'm currently operating on sort of like a login once a week and do a tiny bit sort of pace. But I would like to see the story. There are things that I like about it. Like I like how, unlike most Hoyoverse games, the main character, like the player protagonist, has a speaking role and a distinct character of her own, even more so than Stell does. Well, Stell is a different type of character. Like Stell is flavor, basically. She is kind of a madcap sort of character in most implementations that people will pick, and is basically just a point of view ultimately. Whereas the the main character of ZZZ has her own name, and that's always the name that she's called, and her own opinions and her own personality and that type of thing. Like she's an actual character to a much greater extent than any other Hoyoverse game.
yes,
I guess I don't know about Wise. I only know about Bell, but yeah, that's interesting to me. And I sort of the other characters are quite likable. It's definitely a very different tone to other ones that they've done, but that's not a bad thing. I think that the variation is good, and I intend to spend some more time playing it. It's way too furry for my tastes to embark on as a long-term proposition. Like this is not like there are cat girls. There are furries.
that
So
when he says there's a bear, he means
the bear is the least furry of the furries, in my opinion,
yeah. I'm
because
just
he's literally a bear. He's he's a bear that happens to be able to stand on his hind legs, type of thing. Like the distance between human and bear, human and this character is greater than the difference between this character and bear. But the other characters, like the sort of the wolf furries and that, like this was designed to have fur fags jacking off. Like this is why these characters exist.
yeah. So something I've noticed about ZZZ, the Kumra contingent at Hoyo Games seems to be in full swing with this one. The girls are way more endowed in general, or catering to very specific aesthetics. And you have the furry bait, and mm, everything but the last part of that I'm okay with. I
Yeah, but it's fun enough. It's fun enough. It's of a level that I feel like it's not out of reach for me to participate in. they have like strictly divided the game into the story version and the gameplay version. And so I've only tried the gameplay version, but based on my experience with that, I assume that the story version just has absolutely trivial combat encounters so that you can just enjoy the story,
Yeah,
which is something a lot of people have called for because a lot of the Hoyo verse fan base are strictly casual. And
yeah,
it doesn't I haven't encountered yet, if there is such a thing, there might be. I haven't encountered yet such a thing as world level, so I don't know how that's set up. Because I haven't really encountered the farming system yet, because I've played like an hour of it. So I don't really know what you're supposed to do with your energy. I haven't found a way to spend it yet.
yeah. It's on the to play list because it's a Hoyo game. We've been actively poking at those for the past 6-7 months.
I mean,
Prob-
say what you like about gacha games, but Hoyo does make quality products. Like the exploitativeness of them, one way or another, is not is a different discussion. But the actual product is of good quality. Again, I'm playing it in Japanese. I have no idea what the English voice acting sounds like, and I have no desire to find out. Work Lamart and Co have scarred me for life.
at this point, I feel obligated to at least poke at it, see if we have another Don Hang disaster.
Can you at least bow out quickly instead of using it as an excuse to never play the game again?
Yeah, it will be less of an issue to switch this one because ZZZ appears to be more gameplay focused than story focused.
I haven't played enough to discern the extent to which that is true. I assume that there's going to be a heavy story component because it's a Hoyo game and they always have that. Like, Honkai Third is entirely gameplay focused, but the visual novel aspect of it is literally hundreds of hours long.
Yeah, but it's we'll see. I will. I plan on giving it a shot, but there are so many things that won't, and things I want to give my attention to, for that matter. Like even though we're going to have words about Dawntrail for a while now, and I've all still got the entire second half of this. Well, it's a little past the halfway point that you're at.
That just makes me more depressed. Like
Uh,
if you'd said you're a little before the actual halfway over the runtime of the story, then I'd be like, okay, so there's time for me to at least hit neutral again. But no, if we're past the halfway point, that means we can't reach neutral again.
no, no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how well the next part of the story sticks with you. Wuklamat is going to be still have brought it down enough that the ride will not be long enough to completely de-Wuklamat you, and you're not getting away from her. You may have put her on the throne and got away from her for now. You know
I
that's not going
really
to
want
last.
I really want to apologize to Zero at this point because I did not feel as anywhere near as negatively towards Zero as I didn't feel as negatively towards Zero as you did for starters, but I didn't feel anywhere near as negatively towards Zero as I do to Work Lamart.
I was annoyed by Zero. I hate Wuklamat.
I think that Zero is almost purely her failures are almost purely execution. Like there is a way to use this exact character, but act it slightly different, write it slightly different, position it slightly different, edit, and tell that story in a different time and different place in the continuity, and you'd have a perfectly fine story.
Mm-hmm.
But Work Lamart is unsalvageable mess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you know what? We're probably stuck with it for 4.1 as well, because I guarantee you that story's probably already written.
No, the story is already written. The whole story is already written. They are writing 8.0 this summer.
Okay, so we could be stuck with Wuklamat for a while. Unless they have some emergency writing meeting that says, oh, good God, we screwed up and players know it now. We didn't luck out. They didn't just not notice. I don't know why we would think that, but we might have hoped and prayed.
I
What do
don't
we
think
do?
I I don't think that the reaction broadly has been negative enough for them to get the picture.
Uh, the the words coming via the farms from the Japanese side are that they are super not happy with. But that
Yeah,
is
but are they just going to blame it? Are they going to do what they always do and blame it on it being targeted at Western audiences? Because Western audiences don't like her either.
but yeah, we'll have to see.
Because that's the thing. That's the thing. The reason why nothing ever changes in Final Fantasy 14 is that they blame everything on cultural difference all the time.
Yeah. So we'll see. We've been hanging on the Dawntrail train for a while. We'll have plenty of shows where we can keep going on it, and you still have story to do and for us to give commentary on. So let's put Dawntrail on the shelf for now and come back to it. Sarah, that you probably plugged your ears for the Dawntrail stuff if you haven't played it yet, or if you don't care about the spoilers up to the halfway point. You now have honestly. My recommendation to you is just press the skip button,
Oh,
especially
oh.
especially for between the goblins and the end of Googly Eyes in the mountains, the giants. Because I was glazed during that and could not process the text on screen. I was so zonked out trying to follow what was
I've
going on.
actually, I've honestly fallen asleep several times. Like, it's true that I play games late at night, but I don't normally actually fall asleep during the dialogue of a video game. And there have been only a couple of times where that has happened lately, and one of them was adventuring in the hole with Yellen in Genshin, and all of the others, I think, have been in Dawntrail.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll continue to have words. But we'll give you a spoiler warning beforehand, and I'll try to run the Dawntrail discussion from the point we mentioned the spoilers on the show until the break screen comes up. And you can use that as a good point for where we'll cut the major spoilers for the discussion. So you can use the break point as a point when you know you can come back.
Did we do a proper announcement that we were going to be spoilery this show, though?
I did right before we started
Okay.
talking about it. I said spoilers up to the point you're at.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you said that, if you were talking about that before the show or after the show. I couldn't quite remember.
I hope I said it on the show. Now you got me second guessing myself, but I'm pretty sure I did.
You can go back and listen to the recording afterwards.
So yeah, uh, the super spoiler discussion might be put on hold when Fern's here, but given the way Fern's work is going, you will inevitably sometime within probably the next month get the rest of our full spoilery vomit. So, I think that's it for your email. Thank you for the email, Serathis. I don't really have much else to comment on, although if you've been playing Zenless Zone Zero, hopefully I will have something to say soon, TM. I have one more game on the immediate docket for story stuff that I want to play, and then Zenless Zone Zero is on the list after that game. That upcoming game being the next Trails game, where we're starting the Calvert arc finally.
And I'll never ever be able to discuss the Honkai story on the show because Fern plays too slowly and you don't play at all.
Yeah, well, when I do start playing, I'll munch it through pretty good, but it's got to wait its turn in line. So okay, let's talk about the other game elephant in the room that came out in the last month.
Big burly men on tiny horses.
So I am going to spoil the entirety of the Elden Ring DLC for people that care about story spoilers in the game where you have to go to Body Video's channel to learn the story anyway. All right? I'm going to spoil the entirety of the mechanics of the final boss. All of them. Every single one. And I'm going to talk in general about the expansion again in a very brief way, hopefully, because I spent way too much time on it last time. We're already running this show late. And I accidentally muted my microphone when I was giving you the overview.
Have you been keeping an eye on that?
Yes. Yes, we're good. Maybe double check. So, on my other monitor, or on my main monitor, I'm not going to flip it yet, but I'm going to keep that handy because it will be relevant in a second. I have a visual guide that I wasn't originally going to be a visual guide, but it will serve just fine as one to distinguish or help clarify what the heck I'm talking about. browser I'm go with, so browser is running. Base. There we go. That is ready to go when we. Okay. Now, uh, for those of you that would rather have the video just listened to, or what, or have the portion that we're about to talk about pre-watched, you can go to the live show chat. I have posted my kill video of the final boss. There, it is spoiler tagged, just in case you care about spoilers, and a full breakdown, not full breakdown, but my Cliff Notes rant about the response to the final boss in particular, but the DLC as a whole as well. Uh, uh, Functionally arguing against somebody that isn't there, making the stupid arguments that I've seen all over the internet that I saw as soon as I beat the DLC. Could return to polite society. So, Elden Ring DLC comes out. I had started a new game, new character, because I was worried about overleveling it. I did not get to Moog in time for the DLC launch, despite having several weeks, because I was just very, very busy the weeks that. So I had to keep going through the story a bit until I got to about level 120, and was able to bot Moog surprisingly easily with only about 7 attempts, even though I was underleveled and didn't even have a fully upgraded weapon yet. Made my way into the DLC. At this point, I have heard no. I have turned social media and YouTube and anything to do with all that could possibly spoil me off, because I wanted all the encounters to be fresh and to surprise me when they showed up. I'm meandering my way through the DLC. The exploration's a little rough, and I'm introduced to the Scooby-Doo fragment. They're called like Skadu tree fragments or shadow tree fragments or something. I think it's old Gaelic or something. No, it's another thing I can't pronounce, spell, or say. So they're the Scooby-Doo fragments. You collect these as you adventure throughout the world. Some are hidden in secret places. Some are a bit more open. Usually every boss will give you one for beating it, or sometimes more. World mini bosses can drop them. They're all over the place. Thorough exploration will net you. Will ensure you've gotten the maximum amount before every boss, as long as you are being thorough with your exploring. And that's exploration is done really well here. None of the dungeons have the repetitive problem the base Elden Ring game could run into for some people. Although, given just how massive the game is, I don't really know why people complain about a bit of copy paste. The only way they could have a game that big is with a little bit of copy paste inside the side dungeons. Unless you just want there to be nothing there, which I think you would complain about more if the final zones had no dungeons in them. So if the elevator shaft has the same model as the other elevator shafts in the other caves, I'm not that bothered by it. But other people were. And this dungeon goes out of its way to address that with several new mini dungeon types and nothing being a copy paste. Which explains why it took so dang long for him to make this stupid thing. There are very few returning major enemies. The only one returning is the basic dragon model, which people complain about a lot. But what I've learned is the audience for Elden Ring has reached a critical point in population, and the perception of Souls games on top of it has caused some kind of incredibly awful toxic miasma to just infect the brains of everybody that plays this game that doesn't have some kind of insulation against it. Where they just make the most asinine complaints, not knowing what type of video game they're playing. So everything works out okay. The basic dragons, they're basic dragons. They're not supposed to be unique bosses. They're supposed to be big mini bosses that you find in the world and can kill once. I mean, they're supposed to act as a roadblock or as a optional challenge in an area that is scaled for that zone. But they're not supposed to be unique. I don't know where people got the impression they're supposed to. Anyway, getting sidetracked. The exploration is fine. The exploration is fun. There's tons of secret areas. Whole zones and chunks of the expansion are behind paths that you really have to explore to get to, or through the back entrance after you clear an optional dungeon will lead you, like the Dragon Communion Cave, up in the top right of the starting zone. Will loop you all the way back around after you clear the boss fight inside to come out the the back door that'll take you to the Cerulean Coast and all the zones connected to that. It's really well done. It's a ton of fun to explore, and I don't think there's a single miss when it comes to level design, environmental design, aesthetics, or any of that, or any of the exploration stuff and world stuff when you're in while you're playing Shadow of the Erd Tree. The bosses, uh, as usual, you have some that are more hits than others, but overall, the boss quality is really good. So before I switch us over to the other thing and start talking about the biggest man with two swords and his, well, he doesn't have his tiny horse anymore. Uh, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree boss list. Why does Turtle Beach have a list?
What?
That was the first thing that popped up on Google. Okay. That is not a complete list. Am I gonna have to fudge extra? Their list will be stupid, but it will at least have everything.
Extra life, lol.
Okay, bosses. Okay. So, the first boss, major boss. There are plenty of mini bosses, and even your first mini boss you'll probably encounter. The nameless Black Jail Knight, and this just invader style enemy inside the first jail you run into is pretty good. Even though he just has one gimmick, which is a repeating crossbow and heavy armor. The demi-human sword master Ons is just Yoda from the prequels, but he's still a fun fight. And these are the smaller bosses at the end of the side dungeon, or in the case of the Black Jail Knight's case, just you walk into a crypt and he's the only thing there. But the first major boss you're gonna fight is the Divine Dancing Lion, and this was the first boss that started the online discourse, from what I can tell post facto, because he just bopped people who went in with their collars popped. He bopped me when I walked in with my collar popped. Now, I realized what my problem was. My problem was I went into that DLC when it's recommended to come in at level 150 at level 120 with a weapon that wasn't fully upgraded yet and tried to take on the first major boss. So I expected to hit a wall eventually, and it was the first major boss, which I kind of was like, yeah, that's about when it would be. So I had to go back into the base game and finish getting up to the end of the game and get to level 150 proper, fully upgrade a weapon, and then come back, which I did. And yeah, he was clobbering people pretty good. He is a flailing beast type enemy, which for people returning to the game, that can catch you off guard because they demand much more frequent use of dropping target lock because of the nature of them flopping everywhere, even though he's just two giant dudes in a big suit, a big lion suit. But once you get past the flailing beast nature of him, he's a fine boss. His attacks are perfectly readable. Each of them has a set response. Once you get him down, he's a fun fight. Not super difficult if done level appropriate, around level 155. I think my Shadow Tree was at like level 3 or 4. But he's a good introduction for the DLC. I do wish they had put a more humanoid boss as the first boss to ease you in a bit better, but it's still a fine fight. And then you have Rilana Twin Moon Knight. She is a knight lady that has one sword lit on fire and one sword lit on magic. And she is a fun fight all the way through. People complain about her because her combos are really long. Get good. There is no point where those combos are obscured, and as I will talk about with Radahn, you're just lying if you say they go on for 26 hits. Okay. I have no complaints about Rilana at all. I think she's my second favorite boss of the DLC. But I do not have a recording or any kind of in-depth go over for her because it took me so long to get through this DLC. It was before Dawntrail that I fought her. And that's our introduction. There are multiple bosses throughout, and the only complaint I have is the Shadow Tree started off as a good idea. And as a band-aid to make sure you don't overscale the start of the DLC, definitely worked. The problem came when they put too many levels on this stupid thing. I really think they should have limited it to just whenever you kill a boss, you get a major remembrance boss, you get a fragment, and make the each upgrade substantially bigger. Because the way it's set up now, you can accidentally over Scooby Doo yourself. You can eat too many Scooby snacks and scale your tree too high, and you will wind up bopping bosses that might have been fun to do properly, but you've just treed yourself. This is for new game, obviously, and a lot of the bosses fell into this. Mesmer, in particular, was a victim of this in my playthrough. Who is the cover boss, the one they put on the box? I outscaled him due to the Scooby Doo tree, and did not get as much out of that fight as I really hoped for, and he only took about 3 or 4 attempts. So while I would like to go back through the DLC again on New Game Plus and see if that helps, um, as stated before, there are so many games that want my attention right now. That project may have to come later, but it is something I would be down for doing at some point. Now, we're gonna skip ahead a bit because while I could sit here and regale you with how much I love all the aspects of the DLC, the internet has a different opinion. And when I say
The
the
internet
internet,
has a lot of opinions, and most of them are retarded.
so not only does the internet have a different opinion, a specific contingent of people that I have had a groaning loathing for a long time now, but because they've been relatively inoffensive and out of my field of view, I have not had reason to call them out. They now are loud, proud, and front and center, and declaring they know what's best for people that play the Souls style of video game. So, before I mention who they are and get into all that, I need to lay the groundwork with there are 2 types of players in a Souls game these Souls games. You can break these people down into subgroups should you so choose, but the biggest point of separation is people that use summons on bosses and people that don't use summons on bosses. People that do use summons on bosses are looking for something and get a totally different video game experience than the people that don't. The people that do are in the game more for the exploration elements, more for just getting in there and getting the boss kill. They just want the fat loots. They just want to see the big numbers. They just want to progress the game and see more of the sights. You are effectively taking a tour of the lands between. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're honest about it. The people that don't use summons are here for a very specific kind of challenge that only FromSoft offers right now. Only FromSoft and Dark Souls clone style games offer this challenge of the need to sit down and intricately learn a boss's moveset, attack patterns, and figure out your responses to all of them, so that you can successfully beat the boss and derive a sense of personal enjoyment just from, accomplishing the thing by stepping up to the challenge of learning everything this boss has and mastering it. Now, as I mentioned before, scaling issues can get in the way of that, where as I mentioned with Mesmer, I was just too overscaled for his fight, and I could not get that sense from him. But the final boss of this expansion, I was able to get that feeling again. And until I went on the internet, I was under the impression everybody would think this is the best boss that FromSoft has ever put out. So,
Oh boy.
oh boy, was I wrong. So, there's one more piece of groundwork, and that is the nerf, or rather the buff to the Scooby-Doo Fragment Blessing, the passive damage reduction and attack power it gives you, because that's all it does. It just jacks your attack power and defenses by a flat percentage for every level of the Scooby-Doo tree. The Scooby-Doo tree has 20 potential levels, with higher levels requiring more fragments. The patch notes said it only affected early scaling. This was wrong. The level 20 Scooby-Doo tree at present, or rather, the level 16 Scooby-Doo tree is the equivalent to the old max level Scooby-Doo tree. So the end scaling has been made higher. So if you level up the Scooby-Doo tree, you will be stronger than you were post-patch, or stronger than you were pre-patch after the patch. So, to simulate the experience of fighting the final boss at the old cap, I hard capped my Scooby-Doo tree at level 16. I did not level it past level 16, and you will see in a minute where I show you that in the stat screen before the boss. Because I recorded this boss. I was having so much fun with it, and he was hard enough that I felt he warranted a recording to show that I did it. Uh, and so I could show it off to people and show people the fight and say, "Hey, you can have a good time too." So so yeah, that was not the only restriction I placed on myself. After the Mesmer disaster of just waffle bopping him and the follow up boss on the way to the last dungeon, I stopped leveling up functionally. I was like level 99. I got my last level to 200, or got my last one more level to get to level 200, and just started dumping my runes back at the round table hold for miscellaneous consumables and stuff that I'll never use, but make sure the runes just don't get wasted. And stop leveling up because I did not want to have the same experience with the final boss. I wanted this to be as an authentic challenge that I could really sink my teeth into, and 200 just felt like a good number to stop at. So that's what I did. Um, those are the two most arbitrary restrictions I put on myself. The more specific restrictions I put on myself, aside from no summons, were no cheese builds. So nothing that stun locks the boss, nothing that chain procs a status effect that'll blow the boss up in 3 hits, because these are all possible in Elden Ring. And if you use them, cool. But don't talk to me like you accomplished the same thing I did, because we played 2 totally different games and got 2 totally different experiences. There is nothing I can relate to you with when it comes to our experience with the boss I'm about to talk about, because I played a different game than you did. But I'm not going to disparage you if you want to do it that way. I still see that as more legitimate than summons, at least. And I can at least understand some kind of stat building or theory craft that went into putting this together, as long as you didn't do the equivalent of net decking and go just look it up. So I can at least acknowledge that. But I didn't do that. I went with a sword and board, the basic ass brass shield with no skill equipped to it, so that I could use my weapon art more freely on my main hand. Maxed out, of course, and then a light holy greatsword. It's divided between physical, mostly piercing style physical, and holy damage. Right away, I knew I was probably doing less damage to the boss with this weapon than either my good old trusty katana that I was using for the base game or any of the other weapons I tried out. There were better options, but I just liked the moveset of this weapon and wanted to get the kill with it, so I stuck with it. I'm wearing medium light armor the whole fight. So I wore this armor mostly because I thought it looked cool, and it was servicing fine for the style of play I was doing on the boss, and I just kind of kept it there because I've been through the whole DLC ever since I got this armor from Rilana, who's the second boss I said was my second favorite boss. It's her armor, and I just kind of wanted to keep it with me because I thought it was cool. But it offers no advantage in this boss fight whatsoever. It has no specific resistances that are good for this boss. It is just a generic set of medium light armor. Has a little bit of extra magic resist, but this boss doesn't do very much magic damage. In fact, I don't think he does any, unless the meteors count as magic. But yeah, so that's the build I went into it. So I'm going to close that, pull this tab out, pull it up on my other monitor. Theater mode. I won't full screen it because I'll be stopping and going a lot with it. I will switch over from Final Fantasy over to monitor 1. Stop for a sec. Bear with me for just a moment. One thing I need to do just for safety reasons. Where is toggle the option? Ah, there we are. Hide taskbar. There we go. That'll make this. Oh, so it actually does it. Save. There we go. Okay. Now we will turn back on monitor 1. And you will notice my name is on this video because this is my kill upload. So I'm going to drag the mouse over here. I muted the sound, but I'll play it through while we do this. And you'll see me go over everything. I'm showing you the item I figured out you can use. Figured this out without the internet because it's abundantly clear. To dispel a charm attack that he can do but he only charms you if he lands his grab attack, which I don't get hit by in this fight, so you don't see it. And this is me just showing you all the armor for the fight. So, uh, once I finish my pre-canned little cycle here of showing you everything I did this fight with. So, physical damage, resistance talisman, holy damage resistance talisman, healing flask heal for more and stamina regen, all defensive stuff. I have 2 spells equipped. One is a hot that lasts for 60 seconds that I only use at the very start of the fight, and the other is a damage and defense buff for everything that's only lasts for 50 seconds, but is a substantial 15 to 20%. And you can get a lot of mileage out of it, so I use that before the fight and reapply it a couple times in the fight, and get bopped for it, but still manage to make it out okay. Now, why am I going out of my way to show you this whole fight on the show? Why am I not just talking about it? The commentariat from the group I was hinting at before are people that are basically Souls posers. They think that completing a Souls game with no summons gets them some kind of special internet points. It demonstrates some kind of inherent skill by itself. When it doesn't really, because especially in Elden Ring, there are so many ways to break the game. And as I mentioned before, there are plenty of extra rules I had to put in place in order to make this fight the kind of experience I wanted. And the game is nice in that it lets you tailor that to yourself. I do miss when the Souls games used to just have it, but at least the option is still here. And for those of us that want that kind of challenge, that want to experience something like that, to a boss fight where we have to sit down and beat our head against it and just practice and master a fight. We don't do this. The people that do that actually enjoy this and are going to love this boss fight, you're not going to hear from them. They're not going to say a word. Number one, because you don't complain about things you like, and you're not as loud when you don't complain. Number two, we don't have the people that do that are not the type of people that need to go tell the world about, look at this thing I just did. We do it for personal satisfaction. We'll tell our friends and say, hey, look what I just did, and that's the end of it. In the case of me recording it, I record these kind of things so that I can show my friends and so they have a clue what I'm talking about, not to show off to the planet that I'm some kind of super gamer that's better than them. No, this
and
is
he will talk about it, believe me, at length.
yes.
You need the context because everything he says is just gibberish.
So, yeah, and for this one, for my little rant, the video turned out to be necessary. So the video has become more of a tool than I initially intended it to be. It was just supposed to be a way I could show my friends what I did. But it is now going to be a tool I use to demonstrate a few points. This poser contingent will go around touting how they're Dark Souls vets and have plattied all the other games and how these fights are clearly inferior to the previous games and blah, 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 blah. There's all the reasons that they're awful and they need to do something about this. And we're going to go through these complaints one at a time. And I'm going to list them for you first. And then I'm going to have the video playing in the background. First, he literally one-shots you with everything. You have no chance to correct any mistakes or learn anything. As you will see in the video that is now playing, this is a lie.
If that were true, then there would be no need for those bottles, those Estus flasks or whatever they're called.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Is the Estus flask doesn't serve a point? I've seen this exact argument. Because he's just going to one-shot you with everything. Okay, look, idiots. You know from the base game because you're Souls veterans, remember? So you had time, 2 years in fact, to play through the base game of Elden Ring, and you know that the end game demands that you have at least 60 vigor.
I have no meaningful experience in playing these games or in analyzing the combat, but the first thing I look at when somebody's trying to show me a video of Souls combat is how many flasks do they have left. It's like, because this is my way of taking a quick gauge of whether this person is doing well or doing poorly. If it were true that the bosses all one-shot you, I couldn't use that as my standard.
Yeah, and they're saying the Shadow of the Erdtree bosses are somehow special because they do so much damage that there is no way for you to effectively use Estus flasks as corrections for mistakes, and that you're not going to be able to learn anything because you can't correct your mistakes. This is just a lie. You've seen me get hit several times already in this video as it's played, and none of these have been anywhere close to one-shots. As I mentioned in the post in the live show chat, The most any attack is going to do to me individually is about 55% with a combo finisher if I take it on the chin, don't attempt to dodge it at all, and don't have my shield up. And that's usually because a mistake was making or I got my brain stuck between two places. Most attacks are going to do somewhere between 20 and 35, which is for, the final capstone boss of an entire game's DLC and supposed to be the final challenge you go up against. That seems appropriate. So, and the transition happens here, so we obviously know this is a two-phase fight, which will be relevant here. His next one, the next complaint. His combos go on for like 27 hits, and you only have time for a single light attack punish. You sat here and watched me guard counter, charged heavy attack, weapon art, jumping attack, all through phase 1. And I might have used one that overcommitted during a particular bit and got hit for a little bit of damage from a lighter attack, like the charged heavy. But I put a hot on before the fight to circumvent that and knew that would happen. And if it didn't happen, I would have been fine with any other number of options. There are plenty of options after all of his attack patterns, and furthermore, they ain't no 27 hits. The most, aside from his one signature attack, every boss that's a big capstone boss has one in FromSoft games. It'll be a big signature attack that goes on a little bit longer than the other ones and demands full focus for the whole attack. And for this one, it's the meteor attack you saw. See if I can go back to phase 1 and see if I can find him doing it. I'll just kind of scrub the footage down here. Yeah, there we go. So he'll do his swingy swords, and at the end of this combo, he will have his swords glow, slam down, swing them up, go up in the air with them, pull up the meteors, and chuck them at you. And in phase 2, this will get a second part to it. That second part in phase 2 is the only attack that's going to have more than 6 steps to it. Every other attack is between 3 and 6 string attacks in a string. And if that's too long a combo for you, I don't know what to tell you. You got other issues. Mostly that you didn't pass kindergarten because you can't count. So, but this is far and away the biggest and most common complaint, is that the boss's combos just go on for too long. His attacks can most do 6 hits! And this video will demonstrate it the whole way through, that he has at most 6-hit combos aside from his ultimate attack. So, the next one is going to come up, you'll see this in phase 2 of the fight. And that is that you can't see anything. So we're going to kind of skip past the final cutscene, or the mid-fight cutscene here. And yeah, you'll notice he starts the fight with a tactical nuke. And he'll do this intermittently. It has an internal cooldown, so he can't spam it. But you just have to, as soon as you see the animation, start booking it. And what they're complaining about is you'll notice every single swing of this boss's swords, for every basic attack he had in phase 1, now has holy light pillars that follow it up in a wave or retrace the area they just were, which mandates more precise rolling in the correct direction. That's it. But you'll notice I can still tell from the first swing, which is not obstructed, what he's going to do. And even if I couldn't tell from that, his body language is still unique for every single swing. So you can easily discern that. This is the phase 2 version of the super attack, and you'll see I screwed up this last roll at the last second there, but I did it, I still invulned some of the damage from the Holy Blast there, where it just adds some after images coming at you for 4 hits, and then on the 5th hit you have to dodge to the left or right, and then delay another dodge for the AoE explosion. That's it. And that's what they're calling too long a combo? Okay. But yeah, you can't see anything in phase 2. I'm noticing a distinct lack of invisible boss here on my screen, and you can always see the first swing of any combo. And if you're sitting down to learn this fight properly like I did, you'll spend a lot of time in phase 1 where you get a crystal clear view of the start of every single combo, and will know exactly what he's going to do from his very first motion of his arms. Because all of his basic combos are carryovers from phase 1, just with the added spell effect. It's his new spell. He does have new spells and effects and new attacks, but these are used infrequently and don't have the same type of light follow-up that obscures your vision like his basic swings do. And furthermore, if you just stay on the boss, like all Souls games have taught you forever, like right there, you're not going to have a problem seeing anything. What happened to the old Dark Souls adage of smack that booty? Like every boss, it is better to engage with them at their combat range where they're most lethal and get and learn to uh, avoid their attacks and then hit them at the end of their strings. This has been
Well,
universal
this is not
forever.
just Souls. Like, this is my standard strategy when I'm learning to approach a monster in Monster Hunter as well. You stand just behind their hips.
Yeah, and while Radon here does have tracking that makes it so he always faces you, rolling towards the booty is how you dodge most of the attacks in melee range. It's just the timing and the angle of the roll that you need to get right, and this will come with practice. And furthermore, if you're this close, even if you're playing a ranged magic build, this is still optimal. And yeah, you won't have to be at range when you're doing this because he punishes you if you run away with his gravity pull attack that allows him access to his most dangerous move if you don't roll it. But the uh, the fact of the matter is, the boss is the final boss, and you want the final boss to be a relentless onslaught of attacks. That kind of is the what you want in the feeling of a final boss, I would think. And so even if you're playing a magic build or a ranged build, having to get on his nuts to shoot your bow or shoot your magic ain't that big of a deal. You don't take a damage penalty for being at point blank range. You can still fire just fine. Just one of the advantages you had is not as applicable. Okay, plenty of weapons are like that, even melee ones. I'm using a holy weapon on a boss that is throwing holy blasts everywhere. Okay, so that is the you can't see anything argument thoroughly debunked from this video. And the other one is the dodge windows are too tight and you can't block every single attack. Uh-huh. And what do you want Miyazaki to do to make the bosses harder? You claim you want a bigger challenge. You claim you want this nebulous legitimate challenge that you seem to have manufactured as a potential fantasy that even you can't specify in your own head. But what's the ways that you can make a boss in a Soul style game more difficult? Tighter dodge windows, longer attack strings, more HP, and higher damage. Like, huh? So you're complaining when they do the thing they asked you for. And furthermore, tighter windows force you to have a better understanding of the boss and will lead to a bigger feeling of mastery when you finally beat it because you have to understand their attacks even better to know where to roll. The feeling of mastery that this is supposed to be, that you're supposed to seek after throughout this is only emphasized by tight dodge windows and a lack of being able to block every attack. Like, do you guys just want to do Fern's cheesy great sword build on every boss or something?
The refuge that I see most people retreat to in these discussions is always to suggest that what they actually mean that they want is the Sekiro parry system in every Souls game.
Yes, and this is another tangential discussion that's gone on because there's a buff they added to the Flask of Tears item, which is a once per rest buff you can give yourself, and you can slot it with 2 buffs that you collect in the world. And the buffs don't consume themselves when they use. Oh right, I saw somebody in the boss room by the grace after you beat the final boss that posted praise the mimicry as a message. I had to about face and go push the disparage message button. I forgot I kept that in the video. But yeah, so I'll just rewind it so you can continue the examples. But yeah, they have made the windows tighter in phase 2 because of the light beams everywhere after all of his attacks. This, for me, this was fun. This was a fun thing to learn. This is the FromSoft boss that has taken me the longest to learn out of all the FromSoft bosses. He took me 9 hours over the course of 2.5 days of just practice, getting used to his mechanics. But you guys don't seem to want this, despite constantly clamoring for harder boss fights. So I don't think you actually know what you want. I think instead you guys just have latched onto the first thing an influencer says and are using it to shape your opinion of the bosses in the game. And regardless of whether what they say is true or not, you're just going to parrot what they say. And even the influencers now who are being slower to make their videos are going to feel obligated to agree with you because you're a hive mind that will turn against them at the drop of a hat. if they don't agree 100% with you. I know how you guys operate. But this is, and seeing this kind of discourse is very disappointing for those of us that really enjoyed this fight. Like, the Radon fight here is a genuinely well put together fight with a whole lot of nice, intricate details that make learning the dodge timings very fun. Learning the counters you can do to each thing very fun. The light waves in phase 2 making it so that the dodge windows are even tighter and really forcing you to utilize directional dodging that the rest of the game doesn't emphasize as hard as older Souls games. Like, all this stuff is really cool. He has big attacks that require quick reaction, tactical nukes all over the place. You know, real fun style a waterfowl dance type of move that is not nearly as obnoxious to deal with because its tracking isn't as strong, basically. And letting you come up with a unique solution to it depending on your build. Like, there's a whole lot to get here. But the only way you're going to get something from it is if you're doing this because you genuinely enjoy learning fights. If you're here just to get the kill, or just to show off your cheesy build, or whatever it is, if the answer isn't, I do this because I think it's fun, and even if it is something I feel proud of that I want to show my friends, it's if your primary motivation for doing this isn't because you want to and you think it's fun, you're taking all you're doing is reducing the chance for us that do want to do this because we enjoy it from ever seeing something like this again. Because unfortunately, FromSoft is listening to you idiots. They nerfed the Scooby Doo tree, or they buffed the Scooby Doo tree. And I initially, in my now muted segment, had said, this probably ain't so bad if it's just the beginning, because it lets people jump right in the combat section if they're not so interested in exploring. But no, they have that patch note was wrong. It is now just the whole DLC is easier overall. But you're taking this type of experience away from us in the future if Miyazaki continues to listen to you. Now, thankfully, Miyazaki, or rather FromSoft might listen to you, but I don't think Miyazaki does. Because Miyazaki doesn't seem to give a crap what you guys want. And it's just going to do whatever he thinks is fun.
He's going to just do a Poison Swamp. Like, nobody has ever given his Poison Swamps a good review, but he has never failed to do them.
He just keeps making them bigger and bigger and bigger. But I genuinely would love more Radon-style fights as capstones for highlight portions of the game. And this time they even nailed it with a boss that they're complaining about. People are complaining that it's Radon. For those that haven't played Elden Ring or don't remember from the base game, poor Radon was the boss that was subject to nerfs the first time around. He's the only boss in the base game that has just outright had his stats nerfed. And I mentioned this when I mentioned I was doing my replay initially, and I just started it, that I was very disappointed because I did Radon pre-nerf and thought he was an interesting but gimmicky fight. And after they nerfed him, they made it a joke. So poor Radon got bullied there, and now he's getting bullied by the community in a DLC where he's the capstone. And Radon has history in this world. He's the only character that's talked about in a positive light. And you have to put him down because he's been infected by the Scarlet Rot due to Melania. And they have a whole festival of all his war buddies and his friends show up to come put an end to his mad lunacy from his infection of Scarlet Rot, because they don't want him to be remembered as this crazy monster. They want to remember him as the valorous masculine war hero that he is. And he is genuinely the only character that, well, now only the only character that has universally positive things said about him. And getting to fight him in his prime as the final boss, you get to see him live up to that hype even before Mikola shows up and gives him holy damage superpowers with phase 1. And then he comes in with Mikola buffing him up for a real great last send off for this guy that's hyped up in the lore as this cool dude. I thought that was awesome. Like, seeing Radon there after all the trailers had hyped up Mikola and had him talking to what we thought was us, the player, but it turned out to be Radon instead. Like, that recontextualizes so much. And I thought it was just cool. Like, this is a character we actually know, a character we fought before and felt kind of sorry for. But now we get to fight him in his prime, and he's just as cool as and strong as all the legends made him out to be. But no, I see people on the internet going, "Oh, we wish it was something new and unique. Why is it just Radon again?" Are you people dumb? This fight is nothing like his first fight. You've got a totally new character and fight here. What we fought before was a shambling monster falling apart already that just needed to be put down and put out of his misery. What we've got here is a dude that knows how to swing his swords. Like, what is wrong with you people? This boss was great. So I don't want to hear any of the people come to me with the traditional arguments that this crowd has made popular and made the influencers start peddling now. Like, it's just not true. If you hear somebody say the attack strings are too long, it's a lie. I've played phase 1 about two or three times now in this video alone, and you've seen how many varied responses I've had with plenty of time to block, dodge, and follow up, and how short those combos are. You have seen that I can see everything perfectly fine in phase 2. There is no point where I don't know what the boss is doing, and the only errors are timing mistakes or improper reactions on my part. You have seen that there is nothing in this fight that can one-shot you. The only attack I've ever been one-shot, in air quotes, by, is when he throws the meteor balls down for his signature attack. If you totally flub the dodge, or forget to start sprinting when he goes up in the air, you can get hit by 3 or more of them, and that will spell instant death. That is the only instance of instant death I've ever had happen in this fight. And that is a huge mistake on your part, because the solution to that problem, even if it's your first time seeing it and you just panic roll, is to get away from the giant balls of death flying at you. And if you panic roll it, guess what? You're not going to get hit by all of them. You're probably only going to get clipped by 1 or 2. And that's going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to kill you. And I'm at the
Most of your instances of that in your video, you literally just walk out of the way.
Yeah. So as long as you're moving perpendicular to him, the balls will go right past. Well, they won't go right past you. You do have to jump or roll at the very end, depending on how far you are, far away you are. If you're close, you have to roll. If you're far, you have to jump. That took some experimentation to figure out, but once you get it figured out, it's just a cool cinematic attack that he has. It repositions him far away from you and gives him access to his long range attacks in phase 1, and in phase 2, it's followed up by the after image attack, which is a whole nother mess that you have to learn how to deal with appropriately, and is fun to learn. But there's no attack in that fight that'll just outright one-shot you. Even his tactical nuke will only do like 60 to 70% tops. And I had the standard 60 vigor. Like, 60 vigor is long been considered what's appropriate for the end game of base Elden Ring, and I did not level it past that at all. I'm doing this with the baseline 60 vigor, and nothing came close to a one-shot. So I don't want to hear your dumb lies. And it's the fact that these are outright lies, now demonstrable by my character doing this way, that I just don't have any patience for it, because it's just wrong. The only way some of these attacks might reach one-shot level is if you're at the same level I'm at, same Scooby-Doo level I'm at, with the same restrictions at New Game Plus 7. Maybe some of these attacks can one-shot then. But if you're going into a post-game DLC where you know from FromSoft history it's going to be harder than the base game, and you are expecting to just pop it out the gate and have no trouble in New Game Plus 7, that's your own dang fault. And that is not reflective of the content at all. This is why I started a new character on New Game, because I did not want to have to deal with the New Game Plus issue of scaling. So yes, I needed to get that off my chest. Seeing the discourse after I beat this boss that I was initially so happy to beat and wanted to show all my friends so they could get an idea how cool this fight was, and so I could just kind of revel in my victory a bit here and encourage other people to do it. All that just totally got deflated when I saw the response to this fight. But my opinion still has not changed, because what I've seen has been lies, basically. People are just either parodying influencers or lying outright. It's not true.
I think there's a third option. I think that third option is cope and seethe.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, this is the hardest boss FromSoft put out if you fight him with the restrictions I put in place, which I would consider, standard standard Souls challenge for those of us that are looking to master the boss. This is about as standard as you can get. Just the most. There's a reason I call this video the most honest kill you'll ever see. You know, he is tough. The dodge windows are tight, yes, but you know, I've told many of people this, and I hate that it's become stigmatized because it is the best advice you can give somebody. Get good.
Aristeel's doing that scene from Gladiator where Maximus just shouts, "Are you not entertained?"
Yeah. So this was a personal bit. So I am done. We don't have to indulge me anymore on this, I suppose. But that just bugged me. And play these games for yourself. Don't play them if you don't derive personal enjoyment from. Don't go on the internet and start trying to tell FromSoft what to do or giving them feedback that's gonna take something away that is unique. The FromSoft games have a unique appeal to people like me that want this kind of thing, and they're the only company that can really provide it in high quality consistently with all their releases. If you idiots keep complaining like this, I'm going to lose that, and I'm going to be very mad. And while you may want something different, I don't. And you have other options if you want an easy game to play. And if you just are here for some imagined clout that the Dark Souls games give you for clearing them without summons, go F yourself. Like, you have no part of this discussion. You are not better than anybody else. The fact that I did this with these restrictions isn't a marker of me being a better person or gamer than anybody else. It just means I enjoyed this type of combat and wanted to practice it more. I'm not good at rhythm games, for example. There are people that can beat me at those. But this is my jam. This is what I like to do. I like to play action games and master the combat in them. And you guys are going to take away one of my very few sources of this these days if you don't shut up. So yeah, I'm a little salty about that. But otherwise, on the continent itself, the fight's great. I have no complaints about it whatsoever. All the whining about that people are doing about it doesn't make any sense because if you're looking for a big capstone fight that is just going to kick your butt up and down the arena until you learn everything, good to go. And you know how I know that this video goes further with the perfect finish for making my point? Where at the end of this fight, I run out of Estus flasks. For the last 15%, I have no HP left. Like, the smallest love tap will kill me. And I managed to pull a gamer moment and don't take any damage. And get the kill. Through just, and no FP to use weapon arts either, so I'm going on basic attack damage. And the simple fact that I was able to consistently dodge everything, including the aftershocks and the holy damage attacks, and get that last bit, shows that you can do this for the whole fight if you want. Like, it's not impossible. You just have to learn it. And if you don't want to learn this, if you don't want to do this, don't play the Dark Souls games. Stop trying to use them as some kind of clout machine. That's not what they're. That is not the function they should serve. Even though you people have designated that that's what they're. Go play Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something, please. Okay, my rant's over. And I think we will leave the week content there. We didn't get to our news topics, but our news topics were pretty minor anyway, and we'll have more details on most of them, especially the Genshin one as next week rolls around and we get closer to the full update. So yes, I will flip us back to good old Final Fantasy. Oh, I've been logged out due to inactivity while I was ranting. There's also a copy of that video. Well, not a copy of it. There's a link to that video in full on the Discord server in the live show chat. You just got to scroll up a bit past my wall of text where I briefly give the same discussion I just had, talking to an invisible person. But yeah, that's all I got for the Elden Ring bit. I know you haven't played it yet, and you're not into these type of games as much as I am, but do you have any commentary, especially regarding the type of individuals that are causing the commentary to spiral in this direction?
The importance of of that discussion hinges pretty significantly on exactly where do FromSoft get their feedback. Like, I don't know for sure who is listening to who and where, and part of the issue therein is when it comes to something like Final Fantasy 14, we've got this sort of like very obvious issue where we can see they're listening to someone, but we have no idea who that person is, where they're from, or what their intentions are. And I think that is also something that applies generally, especially in terms of Japanese video games, where you just don't know what they're going to be listening to. You have made the assumption, not necessarily unfounded, that the reason for the adjustments to their scaling system were a direct result of the feedback that you witnessed. But we can't be sure that that was the reason, or those are the people that are getting listened to. The issue is that, you know, the discourse is currently worthless because it's all about people trying to protect their own pride. Like, this is not genuinely related in any way to the video game. They have lost against a boss, and they are trying to come up with some reason it wasn't their fault.
Yeah,
And that's all there is to it. It's the most petty and childish thing conceivable, and there is no greater depth to it than that. They are just being weak and whiny. Like, the reason why I'm not into these games is because my anticipation of them is that I'll need to smash my face against them for an extended period of time in order to get any mileage. And I'm not necessarily willing to embark on that. I mean, I did. I can't tell whether a build is good or bad, or whether a build is cheap or honest, or whether any given approach is going to give me a different game experience. I just simply don't have the breadth of experience with it. The only sort of named boss that I've ever fought in one of these games was Margaret, and it took me forever. It
yeah,
took me like a couple of afternoons to fight him, and I got him down in the end, but then my computer blew up, so I couldn't continue, and I sort of fell off the train. That's the whole of my experience. But I didn't say that it wasn't. I didn't say that the game needed to be different because I had trouble with them. I did think that a lot of the stuff that the bosses in Elden Ring pull are bullshit by my standards. But that's the price of admission. Like, that's what you're accepting at the door. If you want to play the game, well, then that's the game you're playing, not some other game. You didn't sign up to play some other game. You didn't purchase some other game. You purchased Elden Ring. And so you got to do what Elden Ring says you should do. End of story. FromSoft doesn't owe you any particular form of boss design. You gave them money to play those bosses. This is like the people who never ever unsubscribe from World of Warcraft but complain relentlessly that they hate every part of it. Like, this is not you're giving them money to play this game. End of story. They don't owe you anything. Just fight the boss and beat the boss. They wouldn't have released it if the boss wasn't able to be beaten because they have to do internal testing. Be better. End of story.
yeah. And I've just shown you, even at pre-patch stats, beat him just fine. I made plenty of mistakes in that video. I overcommitted in some instances. I mistimed several rolls, and took punishment from it, and used my Estus to correct it. And you can
That's
get the
why
kill.
they give it to you. That's why the Estus is there. It's a game mechanic that is designed to be used to compensate for those times where you get your ass hit because you weren't standing in the right place. And make no mistake, that is the reason you get hit in Elden Ring, is because you weren't standing in the right place.
Yeah, there are two reasons you take damage. You're in a bad position to begin with, and know what the boss, and with experience, you will know what the boss can do at the various ranges you can fight him at, and what options he has available to attack you with. And if you're in a bad spot for one of them, and you get hit, that's your own fault. Number two, you mistimed something. Mistimed a dodge. You overcommitted on an attack. try to keep your attack string going too long, and you got punished for it. Like these are genuine mistakes that happen even on successful kills for everybody. But you just you dodge the next attack string, and instead of taking an attack opening, you heal instead. And the way it's worked forever.
Yeah, I'm sort of. Does this happen with every new FromSoft release, or is this just a this time thing because there's more people playing it?
So I came in when the release of the Dark Souls 3 DLC, and to the Souls franchise. So the Souls series had quite a bit of time to get some feet underneath, and there were quite a few games backlogged for me to chew through. So I was not active in the in-game discussion and was still getting over the initial hurdle I had of breaking into the franchise and really having it click with me at the time. So I missed it for Dark Souls 3. Um, the retrospective look at Bloodborne's discussion does show a bit of this, not to the same degree that Radon has, because despite Bloodborne being a huge success, it was not anywhere close to as successful as Elden Ring was. So the player base just wasn't as big to make as big a stink about Orphan of Cause. But Orphan of Cause, the final boss of Bloodborne DLC, this is the track record for FromSoft forever, and so I don't know why people are surprised that Radon is as hard as he is. But the final boss of the DLC will be harder than everything in the base game, including Super Boss, and there will be no Super Boss in the DLC that supersedes the final boss of the. In Dark Souls 3's case, you could argue that Midir is tied for Slave Knight Gale, who's the actual final. And looking back, people did complain about both Midir and Slave Knight Gale in Dark Souls 3. But again, those games were not as big as Elden Ring, so it didn't become as overwhelming with the number of voices echoing it. But yeah, I can understand that line of thinking. I'm mostly just angry at these people still because I just came off of a high of killing the boss and was expecting to see, people of my like posting about how good it was or posting their kill videos of it and talking about it and having a good time, and instead just saw people complaining and saw nothing positive about him. This really hacked me off. So most of my response here is born from an emotional anger response, but I don't think anything I said is unjustified, and I have video evidence to back up with it. So I can totally understand this just being sour grapes. That there maybe these people walked into this DLC thinking they would just waffle bop everything because they had hyped themselves up as being just that good at video games or just that good at Souls games, and they thought this would be no big deal to them. But when FromSoft said, "Oh, remember what you used to have to do to clear bosses back when you were still figuring out the series? We got a surprise for you." Uh, they had the wind taken out of their sails a bit because they had to actually sit down and learn a boss again.
Yeah, I
And
suppose that they've had this intervening time in this sort of like more overdeveloped, perhaps, content creator culture, where they are having all of the sort of the latest and greatest builds and weapon locations for interesting weapons and stuff. All of it's just being spoon fed to them constantly, so they can go online, go on YouTube, look at what the newest hotness is as far as builds is concerned, and just implement it immediately, and then post their DPS, damage per screenshot. And this has just been the Elden Ring environment in the intervening time between the release of the game and the release of this expansion.
yeah, and for people that just want to get the kill, they can do the equivalent net decking if they want. They can use summons if they want. And
Yeah, but that's not what damage per screenshot is about, though, is it?
yeah,
That's
no,
about EPing.
yeah,
Like, people don't use that word anymore for some reason. But I'm pretty sure that that's what most of the sort of like internet active portion of that community are about. It's just the EPing. Oh, I made this build that can do that, and that means skill, right? No, it's like buildcraft is a different skill. If you came up with that build yourself, which I doubt because nobody does, everything is just sort of like word of mouth communication. People hear about these things and they get propagated, but very few people are actually clever enough to devise builds on their own, especially if they're not intelligent enough to work out that buildcraft and play are not the same skill set. But they've got this experience of putting together these builds on their character and then going and stomping some boss or whatever and saying, "Whoa, look what I can do!" But they are not flexible enough to using their own skill adapt that style of play, because from what I've heard, it's a perfectly reasonable play style to build craft around each wall boss that you hit.
Yeah, tweaking your build
And
by constructing a new build or even blowing a larval tier to respec for some players is definitely a thing that is considered.
but if you but that and that's a legitimate way to play the game. But if you lack the flexibility to turn your Godslayer build into the thing that you need for the next boss until the content environment has matured to the point where you can pick up the next flavor of the month build for that boss, you're going to think, "Oh, I was making progress and now I'm not. It must be because the game is bad. Because I was just wrecking this one in all these bosses in the before the DLC came out, and then the DLC came out, and I can't do anything." It's like, well, no, because you lack any kind of creativity as a build crafter, in addition to lacking the skill that would allow you to kill the boss with raw grit. Like, I mean, the raw grit approach was the one that I had to take with Margit because it's near the beginning of the game. You don't have much to play around with build wise, and I didn't have a clue about builds anyway, so I just had to hit him over and over again with my sword and die over and over again until I was slightly more agile than he was, and then I won. Like, that was me having to beat him by developing the necessary skills. I didn't have buildcraft as an option because I don't know how to do that kind of thing. If you do have buildcraft as an option, then it's a matter of going online, looking at what build do people use to beat this thing. What are the overpowered weapons that will break bosses? What is the perfect combination of gear to deal with this particular challenge? You assemble that, and then you beat the boss. And all of that information has been out in the environment for a long time now for Elden Ring. It's all available at your fingertips. Everybody's got the internet. They know how to find it. Just don't fool yourself into thinking that's because your skills are godly, because that's a different skill. That's the Google Foo skill.
Being able to parse the idiocy spawned from Fextra Life probably is a noteworthy skill in and of itself. But it is
Or
not.
maybe they just suck at the game because they get their information on how to play from Fextra Life. I don't know.
That's possible. I would also not trust any frame data posted on Fextra Life because they often are just outright wrong. So yeah, that's it's a shame. I loved the Radon fight. I love the Elden Ring DLC. I think they knocked it out of the park with this one. I cannot think of any major complaints I have with it other than there's one zone where uh you don't have Torrent because Torrent's too scared to come help you in the frenzy flame area. You know, wee bit too big to explore on foot, and not enough reward for doing so. But everywhere else, I have nothing but praise for.
Well, at least it wasn't a poison swamp.
No, it was infested by even the animals are infected with frenzy flame that'll give you the madness debuff instead.
Is madness better or worse than poison?
Worse.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry. This is a Miyazaki game.
So it's a madness swamp.
Yeah. It's more of a madness forest with swampy bits. But yeah. It's it's a shame that people get like that. But I think there is value in the type of experience I showed you on screen. I encourage people to try it, to just stick with it and give it a shot, especially old Souls hats. Maybe haven't played the DLC yet or got all the way through. That just want to get that feeling of learning the boss again after you become a little jaded because you're so used to the types of fights that FromSoft can do now. Just through tweaking the dodge windows and having very uh, complex attack patterns through his about 6 or 7 attack cycles he can go through, and then the phase 2 variants of all those. It makes for a really fun fight to sit down and learn. And I genuinely encourage people to disregard what the internet is saying and give the fight a shot before they. I hope they don't nerf it, but you never know. Even we could even lose this fight to the cycle of patches, which is a worry now. Because when I tell people that they can experience the same thing that may not be true if they aren't willing to go back and depatch the game. At present, you already have to jump through hoops to keep him at the level of his pre-nerf self by not leveling up your Scooby Doo tree. But at least that option is easy and within the game. Once if they patch nerf him and just outright nerf him directly, you're gonna have to do. It's gonna be much harder to convince people that this is a worthwhile endeavor to embark on, and that's a shame because I think there's value in this type of content. I genuinely think doing stuff like this for yourself only and can be a big confidence booster, especially as you get older, like we are. So you haven't lost it yet, and it can do a lot for you. I think that there's merit in doing this kind of thing and getting that sense of personal accomplishment, especially in today's world where we're all stuck in as being wage cage drones most of the day. Those of us that are adults, anyway. Being able to tell yourself you still got it by doing something that was genuinely difficult, that's a special feeling. And so far, FromSoft's the only company that can give that to me consistently. So hopefully they continue to do so. Hopefully Radon doesn't get nerfed. Uh, hopefully the world at large can just ignore everything that's being said by the influencers and by the commentariat and the peanut gallery and the social media. Basically, just turn the internet off. It's terrible for you. Um, and just have a good time with this because I'm so glad that I cut social media out for this. I didn't know about this response until after I beat the boss. And this would have primed my brain in a way that I don't think I would have enjoyed the fight as much. But going into this fight without the social media context, let me just appreciate it for what it was and let me have a great time with it. Because I wasn't pre poisoned by the discourse that's going on. So I encourage people that have already imbibed that poison a little bit to try to give yourself an antidote and just purge it from your brain and just ignore it. Just take this fight for what it is and hope it's still around in the state it's in by the time you get to it. It is a genuinely good capstone and worth the whole price of the DLC by itself. And that's all I got to say on Elden Ring. I think we'll leave it there. If you have specific questions about the DLC or any of the specific bosses and want my commentary on them, you can, because I fought all the bosses in a similar manner to this. Radon's just the only one that got me stuck for 9 hours, which is the new record, by the way. I think Melania, the way I beat her in a similar manner, at 5 hours was the previous record. Radon took almost twice that to learn. So if you have specific questions about the DLC or bosses in the DLC or zones or how the exploration works or like an opinion on some part of the way Elden Ring functions in the DLC, you can write us an email and I'll be happy to answer you there. But for now, I think I'm finally done with Elden Ring. Until I get the itch to play a Souls game again, and the next one is, and FromSoft gets stuck in a rut, or we're not getting one for another 2 years or something. So yeah, that's Elden Ring. All right. We've gone on really long with the show with just our two topics we had planned to cover. We have not touched the news, and I don't think we're going to.
Burn, come back.
Yeah, this was a long one. I kind of figured it would be a long one because I didn't want to leave this Elden Ring discussion out. I was going to lose my mind if I didn't put this out publicly somewhere so that my thoughts are made known. So yeah. I'm saying yeah a lot because I'm trying to lined up. We can actually end the show when I push the button. Okay, looks like we're good. So, okay. You got anything else for us before I send us out?
Nope, I don't think so.
All right. I think we're done, folks. I'm going to rest my voice, and we will see you next week. Sayonara. Bye bye.